Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 4 Legacy. Chapter 31 Fire Lord. # Valley of the End #. The Valley of the End. The place of the final showdown between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the place where Madara died and Hashirama emerged victorious. Or so everyone thinks. The valley remained pretty much untouched since the fight except for the addition of 2 gigantic statues. They represent the 2 fighters whose power could bring any country to its knees. They symbolize and honor those 2 legendary figures that left their mark in history. The statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, each one doing the battle seal as if until this day they were still battling each other. On top of Uchiha Madara's head we find someone sitting there. The wind carried his cloak, allowing everyone to see his clothes. He wore a black long-sleeve top that also covered his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants. On his waist, he wore a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. He also wore blue nail polish on his fingers and toes. But from all that, the most distinguishing feature he had was a strange mask he wore. The mask was strong orange in color and had a spiral pattern with a single hole for his right eye. The cloak itself was a high-colored black cloak with red clouds adorning it. The cloak pretty much said that this someone belonged to the mercenary group known as Akatsuki who, according to Jiraiya, were searching for the Biju. The figure seemed to be deep in thought as anyone could see. He was gazing into the emptiness of the sky as if trying to find the meaning of life. Flashback. The same figure was seen walking through some cave in some unknown location. The figure stopped walking when he noticed 2 other figures approaching him. The first one had spiky orange hair with multiple metal piercings in his nose, ears and bottom lip, but what stood out were his eyes, silver eyes with concentric circles around the pupil. He was wearing the same black cloak with red clouds. The other figure was definitely female. She had blue hair, amber-colored eyes, lavender eye shadow, and a labrae piercing. In her hair she had a paper flower strapped to it. She was also wearing the same cloak as the other figure. "We need to talk, Madara," the orange spiky-haired figure said, watching very closely the figure with the orange mask. "Of course, Pain. Tobi is a good boy," Tobi said in a childish, almost high-pitched voice. "Enough with playing around," Pain said in a serious voice, making Tobi instantly drop his childish ways and took a completely different stance. "We have some information that you forget to tell us," Pain explained. "And what is it?" Tobi asked, but now his voice was more deep and serious. "Kisame and Itachi went to scout the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and heard the most interesting news," Pain cryptically said. "Don't play games with me and get to the point," Tobi said. He didn't want to deal with Pain right now. "For starters, the Kyuubi claims to be Uchiha Madara's grandson," Pain said, and Tobi's eyes widened. "Your grandson to be exact," Pain said, looking at Tobi directly in his eye, waiting for his answer. "And what proof does he have of that?" Tobi asked, trying to gain some time while his mind was running a mile per second trying to figure just what was happening. "The fact that he is an uncounted Sharingan user seems to help," Pain said in a monotone voice. "How very interesting. If that brat has a Sharingan, that could only mean that it came from Minato, as Kushina's family is very well documented," Tobi mused in thought. "That would explain how back then he knew I wasn't Madara," Tobi concluded in complete shock. Even during his fight 14 years ago he never felt or saw Minato's Sharingan. "That means I'm responsible for killing his only son," Tobi unconsciously gulped. He hoped that Madara wasn't very attached to Minato, otherwise he would draw the short end of the stick. "This will require some adjustments," Tobi thought. "Care to explain?" Pain stressed out, leaking a bit of killing intent to further drive his point. "This doesn't concern you," Tobi flatly replied. "Madara," Pain stressed. "He has a Mangekyo and nearly killed both Kisame and Itachi, but they managed to escape," Pain explained. Everything was going so well, Tobi thought, sighing to himself. "And the brat has a Mangekyo and was strong enough to drive Itachi away. Serves him right," Tobi thought, chuckling to himself. "I see," Tobi said, still thinking about everything. If Madara had told him about his grandson, he would be able to mold him into his weapon, even better as his grandson was the Jinchuriki of the strongest Biju. "Anything else?" Tobi asked. "Yes, he seems to have the same intangibility ability as you," Pain asked, and Tobi was once again shocked. The brat was able to use Kamui. This would be a major setback since anytime an Akatsuki member appears he can warp away safely. That will make him extremely difficult to capture, Tobi said, shaking his head. He should have stayed in bed like a good boy. I want answers, Madara, Pain said with his voice slightly louder. I don't answer to you, you work for me, you would do well to remember, Tobi said with a smirk and his Sharingan glowing, but I'll get to the end of this, Tobi said and swirled away, leaving a fuming Pain and the woman stoic at the encounter. I don't like this, the woman said, breaking her stoic face with one of suspicion. What proof do we have that he's even Madara? The woman asked. Everything matches Conan. His power, his knowledge, and his grandson bears the same Sharingan ability, Pain stated, but that didn't seem to ease Conan's doubts and worries. Let's forget this for now. Let's focus on our current task and the preparations for hunting down the Biju, Pain said, and both left the cave. End flashback. Tobi was knocked out of his thoughts when he sensed someone approaching. Although he knew very well who was approaching, he didn't let his guard down. A popular saying came to mind: there is no honor among thieves. Just because the approaching figure was his subordinate and belonged to the Akatsuki group, it doesn't mean he should be trusted. The figure was a tall, tanned, muscular man. He wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. Underneath, his mouth was stitched together at the edges and he had long dark brown hair. His eyes had an unusual coloring: green irises, no pupils, and red sclera. His clothing included the traditional Akatsuki cloak and the forehead protector of his home village with a scratch in the middle which symbolized that he was no longer loyal to it. He also wore dark red nail polish, and his dark green Akatsuki ring with the kanji for north was placed on his left middle finger. His entire body was covered with various stitches and predominantly appeared to be sewn together. He was Kakuzu, an S-rank missing nin from Tokigakure, as displayed by his scratched Hittite. Is everything set? Do you have the sacrifices? Tobi asked. Yes, they are ready for leader to perform the technique, Kakuzu explained, sitting down next to Tobi in the cliff. How do you know he'll tag along for the mission? Kakuzu asked. You forget that Zetsu has spies everywhere. His spy network puts even Jiraiya's to shame, Tobi explained with a smirk. Zetsu was a member of the Akatsuki, however he wasn't the fighting type and was more the intelligence-gathering one. Fair enough, Kakuzu said, agreeing with Tobi. Do you remember your primary objective? Tobi asked. Failure is not an option, he's crucial to my plans, Tobi pointed out. I don't know why you need him, but who am I to question that? How hard can it be? Kakuzu rhetorically asked. But how can you be sure he'll go along with it? Kakuzu asked. It's not as if his objective was hard to accomplish, but it was very tricky. There's a reason why pride is a sin. With the right incentive it makes people malleable, Tobi cryptically said, watching the skies. What about the secondary objective? Kakuzu asked. The funds are always good for the Akatsuki, and his chakra would also benefit our plans as a backup, Tobi explained, meaning, don't fail either, Tobi said, leaking out killing intent. I've never failed a mission, Kakuzu said in a strong and firm voice. I'll be watching, Tobi said, swirling away. Let's get the show on the road, Kakuzu said, getting up and heading towards the midst of the fire country. Konoha. Senju compound 12 hours earlier. It was a beautiful day in Konoha. It was warm and sunny all over. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha as the merchants were opening their stores to start up a fresh new day. A few sunrays broke through the village's barrier and started waking up people inside the houses. This was the unfortunate event for Naruto. The room was dark and a few beams passed through the window and hit him right in the eyes, waking him up from his slumber. He released a small yawn and tried to shift in bed, but realized that he couldn't move. He looked down and smiled at his princess snuggled next to him, resting her head in his shoulder. One of the things he enjoyed most was waking up with Hinata next to him. Feeling her warmth against his body, caressing her soft hair. They hadn't had much time alone in the last 2 weeks with his pervert of a godfather hanging around. While he was caressing her hair, she started to stir and slightly opened her eyes. She noticed that Naruto was looking at her with a warm smile. She returned the smile just before she closed her eyes again and placed her head on his chest, releasing a sigh of bliss and happiness. They stayed there for a few minutes, just enjoying the warmth of each other, both happy they had each other in their lives. How do you like our new room? Naruto softly asked, still running his hands through her hair. He noticed that even though her hair was a mess from sleeping, she still looked beautiful to him, perhaps even more. The room itself wasn't overly large, but it was sufficient for a couple. The bed was obviously for two persons, they had a nightstand on each side. A closet was embedded in the wooden wall with enough space for all their clothes. Their room also had a private bathroom and small room they decided to use for scrolls and weapons. I guess it's okay. The pillow is still the same though, Hinata said, giggling, and Naruto chuckled. The pillow in this case would either be his chest or shoulder, since Hinata usually would wake up resting her head in one of them. You know we have to get up, Naruto sadly said. I don't want to. 5 more minutes. Hinata cutely pouted, drawing circles in his chest, trying to persuade him to sleep and cuddle a bit more. How about I get a shadow clone to bring us breakfast to bed? Naruto asked, and Hinata quickly nodded. She was about to reply when Naruto placed a finger in her soft lips. Breakfast for a kiss, Naruto said, and Hinata quickly replied, giving him a passionate kiss. That will do, Naruto said, chuckling, and made a shadow clone to prepare the breakfast so they could eat together. Not even 5 minutes later, Naruto's clone appeared in the room with a tray filled with juice, bread, and some fruit. Naruto sat up and easily placed Hinata between his legs with her back to his chest. They happily ate their breakfast since they didn't have any major concerns. They didn't have anything scheduled for today, and as such they could enjoy the day or maybe get a mission. So what do you want to do today? Naruto asked while smearing some butter on bread and starting to eat it. Don't really know. Do you want to get a mission or something? Hinata asked while drinking some orange juice. Naruto pondered getting a mission, but then he remembered that they were both Chunins and, as such, their sensei Kurenai would be no more. We are both Chunins, so Kurenai is no longer our sensei, Naruto explained, and Hinata realized that what Naruto said was true. Right after the Chunins' exams and promotions, they both left on a mission, so they didn't realize that Team 8 was no more. What now? Hinata asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. How about we swing by Ba-chan's office to find out? Naruto said and looked towards the clock in the nightstand. It's past 10 o'clock, so Ba-chan should already be in her office. Damn, we really overslept, Naruto said, chuckling. They weren't used to sleeping in as they had team meetings before. I didn't mind, Hinata innocently replied. I bet you didn't, Naruto tried to say with a serious face but laughed nonetheless. They finished their breakfast and Naruto made another shadow clone to take the stuff to the kitchen while all the way muttering something about lucky originals. Let's get up, Naruto said, and was about to get up when Hinata shifted her weight and ended on top of him, pinning him to the bed. We aren't going anywhere, Hinata said, giggling like a mad person that made poor Naruto shiver. What are you going to do now? Hinata teased. Naruto smirked before his eyes flashed to his M's and activated his Kamui. He phased right through the bed and reappeared in the middle of the room with a smirk. That's not fair, Hinata said, throwing him a pillow that phased through him as well, making Hinata pout. All is fair in love and war, Naruto wisely said, and Hinata stared at him. She sighed and got out of bed. They both got dressed and left the Senju compound, heading towards the Hokage's office. They needed to find their status as of now. Hokage's office #. Naruto and Hinata made their way towards the Hokage tower and up the stairs. They reached the office's entrance to see Shizune by the desk. Shizune Ne-chan, you are Ba-chan's secretary now? Naruto asked, and she nodded, going through paperwork. Poor you, Naruto said, chuckling. Is Ba-chan busy? Naruto asked. No. You can go ahead, Shizune said, stamping another paper and placing it in a nearby stack. Naruto and Hinata walked up to the door and entered to see Tsunade buried in paperwork with Hiruzen nearby smoking his pipe without a care in the world. It looked like Hiruzen left the paperwork build up when he asked Jiraiya to go search for Tsunade. Hiruzen would have liked to read his Ika Ika book, but it might prove dangerous with Tsunade nearby. Morning, Ba-chan, old man, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother and the old Hokage. Tsunade looked up from all the paperwork, notice Naruto and Hinata standing in front of her. Hey Naru-chan, Hinata, Tsunade said, and Naruto sighed. He couldn't get his grandmother from calling him that. On the other hand, Naruto called her Ba-chan, meaning she would be old, which she didn't like, so it was an eye for an eye. What brings you to my nightmare? Tsunade asked and Naruto pondered telling her about shadow clones but decided to hold it for later as a trump card. I'm evil, Naruto thought chuckling darkly to himself. Actually we are wondering what will happen to us since we are both chunins and currently without a team, Naruto said and Tsunade stopped her work. She brought her hand to her chin deep in thought. For starters Aburame Shino didn't get promoted to chunin and, as such, he was placed on Team 10 with Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Choji under Sarutobi Asuma, Tsunade explained before picking another paper, regarding Team 7 under Hitaki Kakashi. They will be on hold until we find a genin to complete the cell. In the meantime Uchiha Sasuke will still be part of said team when not on Chunin's affairs, Tsunade said and both nodded. Team 9, Guy's team, didn't get promoted so they would continue on standard mission like the new Team 10. That means our old team is permanently disabled, Hinata said. What about Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. She will be returning to her normal life as Junin until she decides to take another genin team, Tsunade explained and Hinata nodded. Without a genin team Kurenai would most likely be more time away from the village. What about us? Naruto asked. I was getting to that. Tsunade started. Both of you will most likely be paired with other chunin or junin for missions until we find a stable team, if any, Tsunade explained and both nodded. What about Gaara and his siblings? Naruto asked and Tsunade got a tick mark from all the questions preventing her from doing her work and enjoying her sake. They are Team 11 under Mitarashi Anko since Tamari relies on her fan and Konkuro on his puppet and poisons, Tsunade explained. I just hope she doesn't turn Gaara back to his crazy state, I kinda feel sorry for them. Perhaps killing them would have been more merciful, Naruto thought shivering at his previous encounters with the crazy snake lady. Do you want to grab a mission while we are here? Naruto turned and asked Hinata. We don't have anything planned might as well, Hinata replied and Naruto agreed pumping his fist into the air. Mission it is. Ba-chan do you have any mission for us? Naruto asked and Tsunade shook her head in defeat. She was buried in paperwork and had yet to decide on the newer teams. I guess I will just pick up the new chunins and place them together, Tsunade thought before shifting through the papers pulling out the newer promotions. Shizune. Tsunade called out. Yes Tsunade-sama. Shizune asked entering the office. Get me Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade said and Shizune left to summon both shinobi to her office. What do you need those two for? Naruto asked but he already had a suspicion. They will be your teammates for the next mission, Tsunade and Naruto sighed. Hiruzen cringed slightly because he knew the history behind those two. I hope Sasuke doesn't give much trouble, Naruto muttered under his breath. What was that? Tsunade asked as she didn't hear Naruto. It's just that Sasuke and me don't get along, Naruto simply said. Oh, my little Naru-chan is acting like a senju, he already hates the Uchihas, Tsunade said wiping out a fake tear. Hiruzen and Hinata chuckled and Naruto shook his head at his grandmother's antics. By the way, you are both in the newest edition of the bingo book, Hiruzen said throwing him the book. Really? Naruto rhetorically asked opening the book. Let me guess, Iwa, Naruto said and Hiruzen sadly nodded. Congratulations, you both have targets on your heads now, Tsunade said with sarcasm evident in her voice. Pages 112 and 113 inches Hiruzen said and Naruto quickly found his record. Name. Senju Naruto. Age. 14. Alias. Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God. Status. Elite Chunin. Village affiliation. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank. S. Bloodline. Sharingan. Known elemental affinities. Wind, fire, lightning. Weapons. Uchiha Madara's Gunbai. It's a wide fan with 3 blood red tomos on each side. It has a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon is light brown with the edges being black. Abilities. Taijutsu. Junin Cage Level. Ninjutsu. Cage Level. Fuinjutsu. Seal Master. Genjutsu. Chunin Junin Level. Summoning Contract. Fox, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. Other known abilities. Senju Naruto was seen performing both the Rasengan A rank and Hiroshin no Jutsu S rank techniques created by Yondaime Hokage. Also has the ability to transform his chakra into golden chains strong enough to hold Shukaku in place. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 7 inches with long mid-back blonde spiky hair, which partially covers right eye, and deep blue eyes with 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Usually wears orange pants and dark blue combat sandals. He also wears skin-tight black shirt with Anbu chest plate over it. Known relationships. Uchiha Madara. Paternal grandfather status, deceased. Namikaze Minato. Father status, deceased. Senju Kushina. Mother status, deceased. Senju Tsunade. Maternal grandmother status, Godime Hokage. Hyuga Hinata. Rumored girlfriend status. Chunin, see next page. Bounties. Iwa. Wanted alive 50 million Ryo. Suna and Oto. Wanted dead or alive 10 million Ryo. Approach with extreme caution. Damn, they are well informed, Naruto said after reading his page. Although I like my alias. Konoha no Raijin has a nice ring to it, Naruto said chuckling and handed the book over to Hinata. You do realize you just made enemies from 3 villages, Tsunade said with a serious voice. I know, though I wonder why Iwa wants me alive, Naruto mused out loud. Probably so they can skin you, Hiruzen said chuckling, making Naruto glare at the old man. What about you, Hina-chan? Naruto asked, and Hinata looked up from the book and showed it to him. Name. Hyuga Hinata. Age. 14. Alias. Shi no Megami, Death Goddess. Status. Chunin. Village affiliation. Konohagakure no Sato, Hidden Leaf Village. Rank. A. Bloodline. Byakugan. Known elemental affinities. Wind, water. Weapons. Twin trench knives. Abilities. Taijutsu. Cage level, unknown technique that kills the enemy with a single touch. Ninjutsu. Junin level, very skilled in water manipulation. Fuinjutsu. Unknown. Genjutsu. Unknown. Summoning contract. Unknown. Other known abilities. Known to be able to disable Jinchuriki with some seal technique. Uses weapons coated with deadly poisons. Physical description. Stands at 5 feet 4 inches with Heim-cut style dark blue hair and Byakugan eyes. She wears a cream-colored hooded jacket with fur around the cuffs and hem, with navy blue pants. Known relationships. Hyuga Hana. Mother status, deceased. Hyuga Hiyashi. Father status, Junin, Hyuga clan head. Hyuga Hanabi. Younger sister status, academy student. Senju Naruto. Rumored boyfriend status, elite Chunin, see previous page. Bounties. Suna and Oto. Wanted dead or alive 5 million Ryo. Don't approach if below high Junin level. Do not engage in taijutsu. I like my alias better, Hinata happily said, handing the book to Naruto. Shi no Megami Naruto said and hugged Hinata. I guess I can't call you princess anymore, Naruto whispered and kissed her. Cough. Tsunade fake a cough and cleared her throat to separate the couple before this could escalate. Yes, you will have to be extra careful with bounty hunters as of now, Tsunade said. Even the lowest bounty of 5 million Ryo is enough to attract a lot of attention, Tsunade explained. Yes, but I'm ranked as a cage level shinobi and Hinata as an elite Junin 1. We won't go down easy, Naruto said, and Tsunade shook her head. Idiot. Don't let the fame get to your head, Tsunade said, and Naruto waved his hands in defeat, not wanting to be punched. Knock knock. Come in, Tsunade said, shifting her attention to the door. The door opened and in came the brooding Uchiha Sasuke and the lazy-ass Nara Shikamaru. They were both wearing the Chunin flak jacket and Anbu black pants. You called Hokage-sama, Shikamaru said, yawning. It was supposed to be a peaceful day for Shikamaru, but the Hokage had different plans for him. Yes, I have a mission for the 4 of you, Tsunade said. It will be a B rank, maybe A rank depending on the opposition, Tsunade explained, and they all nodded. Naru-chan, you will be the team leader since you hold higher rank, Tsunade explained. NNOOOOO, don't call me that in public, Naruto pleaded, and even the almighty Sasuke snickered. You see, you even made the emo brooding king laugh, Naruto stated, glaring at his grandmother. You have a problem, Naru-chan, Sasuke said in a teasing tone. Shut up, baka, Naruto said, and Sasuke scoffed. Moving on, Tsunade said, diffusing the situation before it escalated. Your mission is to protect and escort the daimyo's grandson to the fire temple where he will link up with the daimyo. Since the 12 Shinobi Guardian are down to 4 members, they can't spare anyone from their side, so the task falls to us, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. Call him in and tell him that I have an escort team ready, Tsunade and Shizune nodded. About 20 minutes later, a young teen walked in the Hokage's office. He looked like he was about 15, maybe 16 years old. He had light blue eyes, with short and straight black hair that ended just around his neck. He was wearing a white kimono with dark red edges. On the kimono were floral designs in a different shade of red. This is Kenshin-sama, the Fire Daimyo's grandson, Tsunade pointed out, and everyone from Naruto's team did a small bow in sign of respect. This is my escort, Kenshin asked in disbelief. A bunch of kids younger than me, Kenshin said, and Sasuke scoffed. I'm a member of the Uchiha clan. We are not weak, Sasuke stated with pride in his clan. I seriously doubt that. Wasn't the whole Uchiha clan massacred by one of their own, and a 13-year-old at that? Kenshin explained, and Sasuke's anger was boiling. 1. Naruto decided to intervene before Sasuke shoved a Chidori through the person that they had to protect. I'm Naruto, leader of the team. I assure you we are more than capable of protecting you, Naruto said in a formal and courteous voice. You seem even weaker than the Uchiha, Kenshin stated, and Naruto sighed. What exactly was this kid's problem with us? He should know better than to underestimate Shinobi, as he should have plenty of interaction with the Guardian 12. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. I'll personally guarantee your safety during our mission, Hinata said in a formal and stoic voice. It seemed she still remembered all the harsh etiquette training she received from her clan. Hello, beautiful, Kenshin said, approaching Hinata. How did I miss you? Kenshin asked while bowing and kissing Hinata's hand. Naruto's eye was twitching and he was considering running a Chidori through Kenshin himself. Hands off my girlfriend, Naruto growled, and Kenshin raised an eyebrow. Be nice, Naru-kun, Hinata said, removing her hand from Kenshin's grasp. You dare talk to me in such casual manner, peasant? Kenshin asked with a smirk. Naruto by now was releasing killer intent on the annoying Kenshin. Why would such a beauty associate with you? Kenshin asked, further angering him. That's it, Naruto said, and quickly placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder and warped him away into his Kamui dimension. Ah, much better, Naruto said, and everyone stared at him. He just sent the daimyo's fucking grandson somewhere. Naruto. What did you do? Tsunade asked while everyone else was still staring at the blonde who was acting like nothing had happened. We are supposed to escort him, right? Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. What safer place than my personal pocket dimension? I'm the only who has access to it, Naruto explained, and Tsunade shook her head. Get him back here, Tsunade said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He used his Kamui and brought him back to the real world. Where did you send me to? It was so dark and quiet, Kenshin said as he arrived and immediately stumbled to the ground, keeping a safe distance from Naruto, and started sucking on his right thumb while rocking himself. They will be your escort team. This is Naruto as you have met, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru, Tsunade explained, and Kenshin nodded in defeat, embracing his fate. Also Naruto, there is another thing you have to worry about, Tsunade said, and Naruto's team focused on her. Kenshin-sama has a bounty on his head due to his bloodline, so be extra careful, Tsunade explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bloodline. Are you a shinobi? Naruto asked. I have no shinobi training. I just know how to use chakra so I can control my bloodline, Kenshin explained, and Naruto nodded. Can you tell us about it? Shikamaru asked. Every bit of information was valuable, even as irrelevant as it may seem. It's called Maiden, Dark Release, and with it I can absorb, manipulate, and release someone else's chakra, Kenshin said while showing everyone the palm of his hands. In his palm was a mark that looked like 2 diamonds overlapping each other. 2. Interesting, Hiruzen said. That is a very useful bloodline, Hiruzen said, smoking on his pipe. With the proper training and skill, this bloodline would render any ninjutsu's attacks against the user harmless. Although sometimes I can't absorb elemental attacks. I don't really understand why, Kenshin said, sighing, and everyone nodded. You have your mission, get going, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded and turned to address his team. You heard the Hokage. Pack for 2 weeks as we will be traveling at civilian pace. Meet at the North Gate in 1 hour, Naruto said, and everyone left the Hokage's office to pack and start their new mission. Looks like Naru-chan really did grew up into a good person, Tsunade softly said. Hinata really did wonders for him while his was growing up, Hiruzen said. And the brat is already stronger than me, Tsunade said scoffing. Can you imagine how strong he will be when he reaches his prime? Tsunade rhetorically asked and Hiruzen shivered. Naruto was a cage-level shinobi at 14 years old. What level would he be when he reached his prime in around 3 to 4 years? Legacy Part 1. Fire Temple Arc. Chapter 32 Fire Temple. Konoha's North Gate #. There were 5 people near the north gates of Konoha. They were Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, Nara Shikamaru and their client Kenshin. Kenshin was the Fire Daimyo's grandson and Konoha was tasked to escort him to the Fire Temple where he would rendezvous with the Guardian 12. Alright, now that we are all here, let's take this from the top, Naruto said looking at his team. Supply check, Naruto ordered. 100 shurikens, 10 Fuma shurikens, 100 kunais, 20 explosive tags, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills and 10 soldier pills, Sasuke said and Naruto nodded turning to Shikamaru. Troublesome, 50 shurikens, 50 kunais, 10 explosive tags, 5 smoke bombs, 1 medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, 10 food bars, 10 food pills and 10 soldier pills, Shikamaru said and Naruto nodded. I have 100 shurikens, 100 senbons, 100 kunais, 1 advanced medical kit, 1 sleeping bag, food bars, food pills and soldier pills, Hinata said and Naruto nodded turning to Kenshin. What? Kenshin asked. What do you mean what? Naruto rhetorically asked. Don't you at least have a bag for sleeping and some food? Naruto asked and Kenshin shrugged his shoulders. It's your job to escort me, so I assumed that I was taken care of, Kenshin stated and Naruto sighed. Hold here, I'll go home get some more supplies, Naruto said. You are going home now. What are we supposed to do in the meantime? Kenshin asked. Relax, I'll be back in a flash, Naruto said and ironically disappeared in a yellow flash. 5 minutes later he returned with another supply kit. Damn shinobi. The world would be better off without them, Kenshin thought to himself. We will be traveling in a loose diamond formation. Shikamaru on the back for support, me and Sasuke to the sides, Hinata you take the lead, Naruto ordered and everyone nodded. Hinata, 500 meters sweep every 2 minutes, Naruto said and she nodded. Katetsu. Naruto called out towards one of the gatekeepers, sign us out, Naruto said and handed him the mission form with the permit to leave the village. You are clear to go, Naruto. Good luck, Katetsu said. Let's move out, Naruto said and they started walking out of the Konoha towards the Fire Temple. It would take a few days for them to arrive at the Fire Temple traveling by civilian pace. 2 days into the mission, middle of Fire Country Naruto's team and their client were traveling peacefully and in just 2 days they were already at about half the distance. Kenshin didn't know how to properly use chakra, neither had the stamina of a shinobi, so they had to stop every couple of hours so he could rest. They had offered him to be carried but he refused. Naruto even offered him to stay and rest inside Naruto's dimension while they traveled at shinobi speed but he refused as well. According to Kenshin, Naruto's dimension was scary, dark, cold and lonely. It felt as if he was in a horror movie, too scared to even move. Say, Hinata started gathering the attention towards her. What's life like to the daimyo's grandson? Hinata asked and everyone raised an eyebrow at the question. They had been traveling mostly in silence the whole travel. Sasuke was brooding, thinking about his brother, Itachi. Shikamaru was watching the clouds, Hinata was busy sweeping the area and Naruto and Kenshin didn't really seem to get along. Finally deciding to leave the peasant and come with me, Kenshin asked with sultry voice and Hinata got a tick mark. Why do you insist on calling me peasant? Naruto asked, shaking his head and ignoring his comment towards Hinata. Because you are, Kenshin simply replied. Everyone on your team is from a clan, the Uchiha clan, founders of Konoha, the Nara clan and the ever-honored Hyuga clan, Kenshin stated. There were a few wrong things with that train of thought. After all, neither Hinata belonged to the Hyuga clan and neither was Naruto clan less. Have you ever thought of was asking me my full name? Naruto rhetorically asked. What is full name then? Kenshin asked in a superior and arrogant tone. Naruto. Senju Naruto. Naruto said, and Kenshin stopped walking and stared at the blonde. That will put the prick in his place, Naruto thought, nodding to himself. Say Senju? Kenshin asked, stuttering, and Naruto nodded. But I thought Tsunade-sama was the last. Why didn't you say anything when I called peasant back then? Kenshin asked, shocked. The Senju were considered royalty in Konoha. There was a reason why Tsunade was called the Slug Princess. I don't care about titles, Naruto simply answered. I think respect must be earned and not given just because of the name you carry, Naruto explained, and Kenshin stared at him. Looks like even today the Senju remain honorable and modest, Kenshin thought to himself with a smile. Maybe he'll do a different job than them, Kenshin sadly thought. I supposed I owe you an apology, Kenshin said, but Naruto waved him off. Just stop hitting on my girlfriend and we are good, Naruto said, and Kenshin nodded. So, Hinata started. You didn't answer about your life, Hinata said, and Kenshin sighed before starting. My life is pretty boring now. Since my father died 6 years ago when I was 10, it became even worse, Kenshin sadly said. My father was supposed to succeed Grandpa as the new fire daimyo, but he was killed. Ever since then, the title fell to me and now I'm constantly taught in the ways of the daimyo. I have to learn extensive geography and history, negotiations, politics and economy. It sucks, Kenshin said, and Naruto chuckled. Naruto's days at the academy were pretty boring with Iruka as a teacher. That man was a very good practical teacher, but he couldn't, for the love of God, talk for more than 10 minutes without starting to sound boring. And the lessons tended to last hours, sometimes going on 3 hours on a row. My instructor at the academy was also boring, Naruto replied, and Shikamaru snorted. Shikamaru would always sleep during Iruka's highly detailed and constructive lessons. I have a question, Sasuke, and everyone turned to stare at him. Who would have thought that the brooding Uchiha would actively participate in the conversation? Why weren't you trained in the way of the shinobi due to your bloodline? Sasuke asked. I mean, it's not powerful as the Sharingan. Good old Sasuke, Naruto thought, chuckling. But it still seems like a powerful bloodline to be able to negate any ninjutsu, Sasuke explained. I never knew I had a bloodline until the day my father died. My mother died when she gave birth to me, and she also was a civilian, so I never knew, Kenshin replied, looking down. When I was 10 years old, me and my father were traveling and being escorted by a Konoha team much like this, Kenshin started. We were ambushed by a team of Nukenin and my father ended up being killed during the battle. The Konoha team managed to hold on until the 12 shinobi guardians arrived, but it was too late. During the battle, one fire attack managed to slip by the Konoha shinobi and was heading towards me, Kenshin said. Then it happened. I instinctively closed my eyes and placed my arms in front of me to shield myself from the fireball. The moment the fireball was about to hit me, I felt a sharp pain in my hands and opened my eyes. I saw that the fireball was being sucked into my arm like a vacuum, Kenshin explained. I didn't know what was happening or how to control it. The fireball was sucked in completely, and just moments later, from the same arm, came the fireball that I had just sucked in. It completely surprised the enemy and I ended up killing one of them, giving Konoha enough time for backup to arrive, Kenshin said, remembering his first kill and how he threw up afterwards. After the whole ordeal was over, I was taught how to use chakra and control it by the 12 shinobi guardians. My bloodline was very dangerous if I didn't know how to use it. According to them, I could accidentally kill any civilian when I shook his. Kenshin said. Makes sense. Civilians don't have active chakra networks, but they need it nonetheless. You could absorb all of their chakra almost instantly and they would never knew of it as they weren't trained, Naruto concluded. Don't worry. You have 4 Chunins guarding you, Naruto said. That didn't help much the last time. You ninja train every day and yet when the time comes you are all worthless, Kenshin flatly replied. You know what? Naruto rhetorically asked. I'm going to tell something I told a friend I have back in the wave. Stop bitching about it and do something, Naruto simple said, and everyone raised an eyebrow at the bluntness at which he said that to the daimyo's grandson. After all, Naruto was never one to give any proper respect and honorifics to anyone. You are blaming Konoha shinobi on the death of your father and I can accept that, but not all shinobi are worthless as you say. You don't want that to happen again, then get training in the shinobi way. Master your bloodline and train, bleed and fight for those you care for, Naruto explained and Kenshin turned away, not looking at Naruto, thinking about what he said. I'm going to tell you something the Sandaime Hokage once said to me when I was a kid. Naruto said, and everyone focused on him. In this society, true power is not attained from mastering all the world's techniques. This is something I have already taught you. When there is something important to protect, that's when a shinobi's true power emerges, Naruto quoted. Power. True power comes from those who have the determination to protect. The true power of a shinobi emerges when he fights to protect those that are precious to him, Naruto explained. So if you want to protect those that you love, don't rely solely on others. Find your own strength and fight for them. That is how I unlocked the final tomo of my Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was being kidnapped. I unlocked the next level, the Mangekyo Sharingan, when Hinata-chan was about to die and I needed to save her, Naruto explained and looked at Kenshin, who was deep in thought. Easier said than done, Kenshin muttered out loud. I never said it would be easy. But would you rather have someone you cared for die just because you thought that training was tiresome and hard? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin didn't reply. I guess not. Kenshin replied before he gathered his thoughts and made a promise to himself. I will do it. I won't rely on others and I will defend my family with everything I have, Kenshin stated with a small smile. Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, looking at Naruto smiling. Naruto always had a way with words. Troublesome. I guess he will make a fine Hokage one day, Shikamaru thought to himself. Sasuke replied, not really paying attention to what Naruto had said. So, Kenshin started. Can you train me? Kenshin asked and Naruto chuckled. Hold your horses. We will only be escorting you to the fire temple. Once there, we will leave. Although, if you ask the 12 shinobi guardians, I'm sure they would be happy to help you, Naruto said and Kenshin nodded. Enemy inbound. Both sides, Hinata said and Kenshin froze. Relax, Naruto said, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm his nerves. I take care of my team and clients. No one is dying today. Except them, Naruto said and turned to Hinata. Can I get a head count? Naruto asked and Hinata focused on her Byakugan. At this time the whole team stopped and took defensive stances around Kenshin. I count 12 people, Hinata said and focused more on each individual. Based on chakra level 1, estimate 9 around Genin level, 2 Chunins and 1 Junin, Hinata explained. The Genins don't seem to have any experience or carry themselves as someone with training, so are most likely thugs who can use chakra, Hinata said and Naruto nodded. They were probably taught by the Junin and Chunins, Naruto concluded and activated his own Sharingan and started scanning the surroundings. I thought you were a Senju, Kenshin said, confused when he noticed Naruto's eyes. It was the fabled Sharingan. I am Senju on my mother's side and Uchiha on my father's, Naruto said. I'm in the bingo book, go look there. It has my family tree, Naruto explained. Incoming attack, Hinata said and kunais came flying from all sides, making impossible to escape. Doden. Doryuaheki, earth wall, Naruto said and slammed his hands on the ground. All around the group, 4's earth walls rose from the ground to trap everyone inside. The kunais and shuriken hit the wall and got stuck. The earth wall blocked around 100 kunais and shurikens. You know the plan? Naruto asked and they all nodded. Naruto made a shadow clone of himself and used his Kamui to sink underground. Naruto's clone dropped the wall and everyone was standing there in front of them. All 12 of the attackers were standing there trying to intimidate the Konoha's shinobi. Like Hinata had said, the thugs didn't have anything in particular related to shinobi, they had normal clothes and no armor or hidden pockets. They didn't even a Hittite unlike the others. The Chunins and Junin had a scratched Hittite that belonged to the Hidden Grass Village, meaning they were Nukenin. How about you, kids, gives us the bloodline noble and we will let you go on your way, the Junin said. It appeared as if he was the leader of this small group. We do not abandon our clients and we never surrender. It's the way of the leaf, Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. And Uchiha. You might be worth something in another village, the Junin mused. Let's take him as well along with the Hyuga girl, the Junin said with a twisted smile. Get them, the Junin said and all of thugs rushed the target. Futon. Fanned wind, the original Naruto said, hidden in the trees. He picked his fan and, channeling chakra through it, he swinged it, creating a very strong gust of wind. The gust collided with the thugs and all of them went flying and crashed into the ground and trees. It was clear that they weren't going to get up as they had cracked bones all over and some were even dead. You were saying? Naruto asked as the clone dispelled and the original approached his group. It was nothing more than a distraction so the enemy would think they were all there guarding the client. They didn't expect a surprise attack and, as such, Naruto was able to eliminate more than half of the group. Even if it were the weaker ones. Meh. They are just cannon fodder, the Junin said and Naruto shook his head. There was no honor among thieves. They were willing to sacrifice them as pawns and nothing more. The Junin wanted to kill them quickly and took out a sword that looked like a normal katana. The Junin dashed towards Naruto's group and raised his katana and tried to do a downward slash to kill them. However, Naruto was faster than him. Naruto blurred from his position heading straight towards the incoming Junin. Naruto closed the distance and gave no time for the Junin to react. Naruto ducked under the swing and rose, placing himself in the middle of the Junin's arms. Naruto quickly head-butted him, making the Junin stumble backwards. Naruto kicked the Junin's right hand and made the sword fly into the air. While the sword was still in the air, Naruto gave the Junin a kick to his chest, making him fly away and collide with a tree. Naruto caught the falling sword and immediately threw it at the Junin, piercing his clothes and snaring him to the tree. The Junin and Chunins gulped when they saw that display of skill and speed. The Junin was already sweating as the blonde kid could have killed right away if he wanted. Who wants a piece of action? Naruto asked and Hinata and Sasuke raised their hands, making Naruto chuckle. Hinata, you take the Junin, Sasuke the left Chunin, Naruto said. Why does Hinata get to take the Junin? Sasuke yelled, frustrated with the fact that Naruto would think that Hinata was stronger than him or that Sasuke wasn't strong enough to take the Junin. Shut up and do what I say, Naruto ordered and Sasuke scowled. Releasing a bit of ki to further his order, Sasuke eventually caved and Naruto turned to Shikamaru. Troublesome. I'll take the other one, Shikamaru said, sighing and stepping forward, leaving Naruto to protect Kenshin. They all immediately dashed towards the enemy, who braced themselves to fight the incoming Konoha shinobi. Aren't you going to help your girlfriend? Kenshin asked, surprised how calm Naruto was. He didn't seem any bit worried to see his girlfriend or the rest of the team fight for their lives. Don't worry, all of them are very strong. Do you know the ninja ranking system? Naruto asked and Kenshin nodded. It was one of many subjects he had to learn. After all, the Fire Daimyo was the supreme ruler of the Fire Country and, as such, indirect leader of the Leaf Village. The Fire Daimyo was more turned to economy while the Hokage was the military leader. Even though we are all Chunin, I'm ranked as a cage-level shinobi, Hinata-chan is an elite Junin, Sasuke is around low Junin and Shikamaru is a solid Chunin, Naruto explained and Kenshin had his eyes widened. You don't really think Tsunade-ba-chan would give you an escort with 4 ordinary and fresh Chunins, were you? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Kenshin said nothing. Tsunade-ba-chan. Kenshin muttered out loud and Naruto nodded. Oh shit. I called him peasant in front of her. I'm so lucky to be alive, Kenshin thought to himself, shivering. Everyone in the world knew exactly why Tsunade was famous, and it was because of her short temper and monstrous strength. If anything goes south, I'll intervene, Naruto stated and turned to watch the battles. Hinata versus Junin #. Oh goody. The blonde kid sent the lamb to the slaughter, the Junin said, licking his lips in anticipation. Are you in the bingo book? Hinata asked in a monotone voice. No, why do you ask? The Junin asked, confused. Shame. That means there is no reward in killing you, Hinata said, and the Junin scoffed. We will see, the Junin said and took out a couple of kunais. Sweden. Tepudama, water bullet, Hinata said and sent a couple of water bullets towards the Junin. He jumped to the side to avoid them and threw a kunai to Hinata wrapped with explosive tag. Hinata dodged the kunai and the tag exploded, creating a cloud of dust. Using the cloud as coverage, Hinata created a shadow clone and activated her Byakugan. Using her eyes, she easily bypassed the dust cloud and located the Junin, who was observing intently the cloud for any signs of Hinata. Hinata took out a couple of poisonous Senbon and easily threw them towards the Junin using the dust as cover-up. The Junin was fairly close to the dust cloud and, even though he was a Junin, he didn't have reflexes quick enough to completely dodge the Senbon as they were small and difficult to see. The Senbon scratched the Junin and introduced the poison into him. Due to his quick reflexes, he managed to avoid any critical strike from the Senbon, but he still got infected by the poison, although he didn't know that yet. Bitch, the Junin said before flashing through hand seals. Doden. Domu Earth Spear, and chunk of earth rose from the ground and formed a spear that the Junin grabbed and threw blindly into the dust cloud. He heard a piercing sound and smirked, thinking he got her. The dust cloud finally lifted and the Junin smiled at the sight of Hinata being pinned to the ground with an earth spear through her left shoulder. The Junin approached her and kicked her. Serves you right, bitch, the Junin said, laughing until Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke to reveal a small log. Kawarimi, substitution, shit, the Junin thought as the log started sizzling. He took a closer look and saw that the log had an explosive tag attached to it. The tag detonated and the Junin was thrown backwards but managed to flip mid-air and land on the ground barely hurt. He scanned his surroundings trying to find her. The Junin knew he was at a disadvantage as he was fighting a Hyuga. His enemy had the Byakugan and was a safe bet that she knew exactly where he was, unlike him who had to rely on his senses to find her. Futen. Renkuden, wind bullet, Hinata whispered before taking a deep breath and firing multiple wind bullets towards the unsuspecting Junin. The Junin felt the chakra usage and immediately performed a Kawarimi to avoid the death zone. Hinata saw him mold the chakra with her Byakugan and adjusted her trajectory with the last bullets. The Junin performed the Kawarimi and avoided the bullets safely, or so he thought. He started doing hand seals for another jutsu when he felt pain through his legs. He buckled over in pain and noticed that he was bleeding from both legs who had holes in them. He tried to get up until he felt a sharp pain in the middle of his chest and then nothing more than darkness. Hinata had quickly approached the Junin and delivered a Juken strike to his heart, killing him instantly. There was no point in letting him suffer in pain, so Hinata took him out his misery. Shikamaru vs. Chunin. Damn that Naruto. Giving me all the work while I could be resting by the client watching the clouds, Shikamaru muttered, sighing and stopping right in front of the Chunin. Shikamaru was already making plans and more plans to defeat his enemy and end this battle quickly. After all, the clouds don't watch themselves. If you want, I can leave, the Chunin said in a sarcastic tone. That would be great. Yay, Shikamaru said and turned to walk away from the enemy who had a WTF face. I'm joking, you bastard. You aren't going anywhere, the Chunin yelled and charged towards Shikamaru. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered and braced himself to fight the troublesome shinobi. Shikamaru crouched and placed his hand's rat hand seal. The shadow beneath Shikamaru started shimmering and suddenly a thin line raced towards the incoming Chunin. Anara, the Chunin thought as he stopped running towards Shikamaru and started evasive maneuvers. If he got caught in the shadow, it would be the end of him. Even though the shadow bloodline from the Nara clan is very powerful, their techniques have several weaknesses. For instance, the most basic technique, which Shikamaru is performing, the user must be rooted in place, keeping the constant hand seal, making him vulnerable to an attack. Another weakness is that, if the enemy's chakra is powerful enough, they can break the shadow bind, placing the Nara user in a tough spot. Seeing this, the Chunin jumped high in the air and took out a couple of shurikens and sent them towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru was forced to stop his technique and jumped to the side to avoid the shurikens. Shikamaru took out a couple of smoke bombs and threw them into the middle of road, clouding the Chunin's view of his enemy. The Chunin knew he couldn't stay in the smoke cloud and, as such, he jumped into the nearby forest and latched himself into a tree, channeling chakra into his feet. Let's see, the Chunin thought, considering what to do against the shadow user. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, the Chunin said and sent a big fireball towards Shikamaru, who was still on the road watching the cloud of smoke disperse. Shikamaru noticed the fireball and pinpointed the enemy's location from the jutsu. Using the fireball's shadow and the natural shadows created by the trees in the forest, Shikamaru did a quick kawarimi with a nearby log and immediately crouched. His shadow blurred from his position and quickly passed underneath the fireball and up the tree, snaring the Chunin into position. How? The Chunin asked. He never noticed the shadow crept on him. He looked towards to where the fireball crashed and noticed a burned log, meaning Shikamaru had switched with it. Very simple. I used the fireball's shadow along with the shadows from the trees. The smoke bomb's original purpose was to lure you into the forest, Shikamaru explained and performed another set of hand seals. Shadow neck binding. Shikamaru said, and the shadow under the Chunnin's feet started crawling up his legs and taking the form of hands. These shadow hands easily reached the Chunnin's neck and proceeded to strangle him to death. The Chunnin fell to the ground and Shikamaru left to group up with Naruto so he could finally watch some clouds. Sasuke vs. Chunnin. You should give up. Only an Uchiha can defeat an Uchiha. Sasuke taunted or most likely bragged, but in the end didn't matter. Like most shinobi, when you taunt them they fall for it and charge head on. Shut up, you bastard, the Chunnin said and blurred towards Sasuke, who smirked and easily saw him approaching with his Sharingan. Usually the one that advances first is the first to make a mistake. They both arrived near each other and started exchanging blows with Sasuke coming on top. The Chunnin threw a sloppy punch and Sasuke capitalized on it. Sasuke swatted his fist aside and grabbed his wrist. Sasuke flicked him and slammed him into the ground. The Chunnin got up and Sasuke took his chance and gave him a roundhouse kick and the Chunnin was sent flying into a nearby tree. Pathetic, Sasuke said, smirking. As expected. No one can match the power of an Uchiha, Sasuke bragged. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Fire Technique, Sasuke said and sent multiple small fireballs towards the Chunnin. He had just got up and couched a bit of blood when he saw the incoming fire attack. The Chunnin decided to perform a fast kawarimi with a nearby log since it would be difficult to dodge all of the fireballs. The Chunnin came into his senses when he noticed Sasuke appear next to him. Sasuke sent him a kick and Chunnin managed to block with his right leg. Sasuke twisted his body and gave him a right hook. The Chunnin blocked it once again with his hands, but Sasuke continued his twist and used his other leg and slammed it into the Chunnin's face, sending him flying once again. Sasuke quickly repapered next to the Chunnin, before he could even land, and gave him a kick that sent him flying into the air. Sasuke blurred from his position and appeared behind the Chunnin in mid-air. Sasuke grabbed the Chunnin, trapped the Chunnin's legs with his hands and wrapped his legs around the Chunnin's chest and plummeted towards earth. Sasuke slammed the Chunnin's head hard into the ground, hard enough to bury him and snap his neck. Sasuke got up and smirked, and his handiwork, all that training was paying off. Back with Naruto and Kenshin. You see, Naruto said, pointing towards the incoming members of his team. Nothing to worry about, Naruto stated. That's good, but I can't stop shaking, Kenshin said, trembling. It's the adrenaline. Hinata started. You aren't used to see this type of combat and you were obviously nervous. It will wear off. Give it a couple of minutes, Hinata explained, and he nodded. We will set camp here tonight, Naruto said as the day was already beginning to darken and they had just battled a couple of Nukenin. Sasuke, go collect wood for a fire. Shikamaru, water, Naruto said, and they both left. Hinata-chan, stay close to Kenshin. I'll bury the bodies, Naruto said, and left to go collect the bodies of the enemy and bury them. A couple of minutes later everyone returned with their respective things and Naruto started a small fire with a Kaden jutsu. They ate quietly and peacefully and Naruto formed a small earth dome so that they could sleep with some coverage. For 3 hours shift each one. Who wants the first? Naruto asked and Shikamaru stepped forward. Troublesome. I'll take the first one, Shikamaru said, yawning. No cloud watching, Naruto said, grinning, and Shikamaru waved him off. Little does he know it's a clear sky, so I'll be watching the stars, Shikamaru thought evilly. 3 days later. Fire Temple. The rest of the travel went without any sort of troubles as they weren't ambushed again. During the travel Naruto eventually caved and decided to show Kenshin the leaf-sticking exercise for chakra control as it could be done while traveling. Kenshin had a really hard time doing it because he was already old and such, his chakra network was a bit atrophied. They were reaching the fire temple and stopped at the supposed entrance to it. There were stairs as far as the eye could see and there weren't even intervals between them. It was step after step in what seemed to be a long walk. 234 steps, Kenshin said, and Naruto's eye twitched. Keep those comments to you, Naruto said, and they all started walking up the stairs that didn't seem to end. After 234 steps they finally reached the real entrance to the fire temple. The temple itself seemed to be surrounded by high and sturdy stone walls, with the entrance being a big golden gate with 2 statues near them, as if guarding the gates. They approached the gates and stopped in front of them. Naruto tried to push the gate to open it, but it wouldn't budge. It won't open. Am I supposed to blow it to pieces? Naruto asked, turning to Kenshin, who paled at the thought of Naruto blowing up the gates. Hold on, Naruto said, and his eyes flashed to his Mangekyo and, touching every members of his team and using his Kamui, he simply walked through the gates. Kenshin got chills down his spine when traveling through the gate. Just what type of shinobi was this Naruto? He just passed through a gate like a ghost. Once inside, the temple itself looked very modest. It wasn't an overly large construction or fancy for that matter. It seemed to be a monastery built primarily of wood with some empty grounds around. If Naruto had to guess, these empty grounds were mostly training ones. Hold! Someone yelled and forced Naruto's team into defensive stances around Kenshin. Identify yourselves, the person ordered. They relaxed their stance but kept on edge. After all, appearances can be deceiving. Konoha team escorting Kenshin-sama, Naruto stated, and that someone stepped from the shadows to reveal a monk. The person was a bald man with dark eyes, and very thick eyebrows. He wore the standard attire of the ninja monk along with the sash worn by members of the 12 Guardia Ninja group, and went barefoot. I'm Shiraku, the head monk in the fire temple, Shiraku said, greeting the Konoha team, and motioned to another person to step out from the shadows, but Naruto's team had already knowledge of his existence. The other person looked like he was around 14. He had shoulder-length, dull bluish-gray hair in an asymmetrical style with a single lock falling into his face, and brown eyes. He wore sandals and the standard monk uniform with a long right sleeve. This is Sora, my apprentice, Shiraku explained, and Sora bowed to the Konoha team. Pleasure to meet you, Naruto said, greeting them. I'm Senju Naruto, leader of team. This is Nara Shikamaru, Naruto said, pointing to the yawning Nara. This is Hyuga Hinata, Naruto said, pointing towards Hinata, who slightly bowed. And this is Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said, and Sasuke did his traditional cocky smirk. Nice to meet you all, Shiraku started. We weren't expecting you for at least a couple more days, Shiraku stated, impressed with the speed at which they got to the fire temple. We made good time and we didn't have much trouble, Naruto explained, and Shiraku motioned them to follow him inside. As we weren't expecting you on such short notice, the fire daimyo is yet to arrive, and, as such, there aren't any 12 shinobi guardians here, Shiraku explained. It shouldn't be a problem. Our mission is to escort and protect Kenshin-sama until he can rendezvous with the 12 shinobi guardian. As such, we shall wait here with him until they arrive. I will send a message to Tsunade Ba-chan to report our progress and explain our situation, Naruto explained, and Shiraku nodded. They approached the monastery and saw that some monks were practicing taijutsu in one of the training grounds. They weren't sparring like shinobi do. When shinobi spar, they aren't afraid to hit their comrade, while the monks would stop if the attack would hit the opponent. Seeing the curious face of the Konoha team, Shiraku decided to explain. We aren't the traditional monks, Shiraku started, and everyone focused on him. We are ninja monks. We usually don't take the traditional path the shinobi seem to take. Like, for instance, we don't train much in anything other than taijutsu and elemental ninjutsu, Shiraku explained. All of the ninja monks are around what you might call chunin level. More skilled monks are usually assigned to the 12 shinobi guardians along with a select few from Konoha. Shiraku stated, and Shikamaru remembered something when he saw Shiraku's scarf. You were a member of the 12 shinobi guardian, Shikamaru stated, and Shiraku raised an eyebrow. I was. Why do you ask? Shiraku asked, curious as to why he would ask such question. Because Asuma-sensei is the same scarf as you and was also one of the 12, Shikamaru said. Sarutobi Asuma? Shiraku asked, surprised to hear the name of his long-away friend. Hi, Shikamaru said. Oh, Asuma-kun, we were partners in the 12 back in the day. How's that bastard doing? Shiraku asked. Shikamaru blinked at the way he phrased the question. Was a monk allowed to curse? He's fine and a good sensei. He always took us out to eat after a successful mission, Shikamaru said, and Shiraku nodded. It was good to find that his friend was good and he got a genin team to teach. And if this young man's flak jacket was proof, Asuma was doing a good job teaching them. This way, Shiraku said, and guided them to the rooms where they will staying for the next couple of days until the fire daimyo arrives. After a couple minutes of walking, they reached the rooms and each member took one. Naruto assigned the same shifts to watch over Kenshin. They were deep inside the fire temple and they shouldn't have much trouble, but Naruto didn't want to take any chances. He himself is a master at infiltration, but that is partially due his Kamui ability, but nonetheless there are a lot of skilled shinobi out there and Naruto wanted to make sure Kenshin was safe at all times. Next day. Fire Temple. Outside. Deep within the forest just outside of Fire Temple were two cloaked figures. A small light bypassed the branches and showed them. They were Tobi and Kakuzu and they were talking to one another. You know what to do? Tobi asked and Kakuzu nodded. Good. Don't underestimate the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Iwa classified him as an S-rank shinobi and we know for a fact that he can control at least 4 tails, Tobi said. After all, if Kakuzu got himself killed before he could even finish his mission, that wouldn't please Tobi at all. Just make sure you do your part, Kakuzu said and dashed out of the forest going towards the Fire Temple's gate. Kakuzu approached the golden gates and formed a ram seal. His hands started to darken as they seemed to turn into something stronger than stone itself. Domu Earth Spear, Kakuzu said, forming a fist with his right hand and slamming it against the golden gates. The gates were obliterated and blasted backwards, crashing into the middle of the training grounds. Subtle, Tobi thought as he warped away to get into position. Inside Fire Temple. Naruto and Comp. Naruto, Sasuke, Hinata, Shikamaru were guarding Kenshin while Chiraku and Sora were taking them on a tour around the Fire Temple. Regarding Sora, Naruto felt that was something off about the kid. Naruto noticed the glares the other monks seemed to give Sora, and these types of glares reminded him of his life back in the old days. Chiraku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention, do you mind if I ask a personal question? Naruto asked and Chiraku raised an eyebrow. I'll do my best to answer it truthfully, Chiraku replied, and Naruto nodded, thinking how to put his questions the right way. Truthfully, you say? Naruto thought before activating his Sharingan and hiding it with a small genjutsu. Hinata sensed the genjutsu and activated her Byakugan as well. All of this and Chiraku never realized it. After all, would you expect a Sharingan user belonging to the Senju clan? I noticed some strange looks that the other monks seemed to give Sora-san, Naruto said, and Chiraku remained impassive, but Hinata saw a small rise in his heartbeat and Naruto noticed a small increase in his blood pressure due to a small bulge in his neck. Sora just frowned as he wondered why he received those glares. Sore subject. Both Naruto and Hinata thought. Chiraku looked over to Sora, who was silent and watching him intently to see if Chiraku was going to tell him. I know those types of glares, and if he is what I think he is, then you should have let the Hokage know about this, Naruto explained, looking directly at Chiraku and letting his genjutsu drop to reveal his Sharingan. I don't think you are equipped or trained if something should happen, Naruto said, and Chiraku flinched. Something did happen, Naruto stated. What are you talking about? Sora asked. You said you didn't know why they treated me like this, Sora sadly said, looking intently at him. Tell me, Sora yelled, but this time towards Naruto. You are what people call a Jinchuriki, a human sacrifice, Naruto started. Jinchuriki are human beings that have a biju sealed inside of them, Naruto said, and Sora's eyes widened at the implications. Which one does he have? Naruto asked Chiraku. Kyuubi. Chiraku sadly replied, sighing. What? Naruto, Hinata, Kurama, Shikamaru yelled. Kurama. What is he talking about? Naruto asked his partner, who was dumbfounded at the monk's statement. I don't have a clue. I don't sense anything coming off of him, Kurama replied. That is impossible, Chiraku-san, Naruto said to Chiraku. What makes you say that? Chiraku asked, confused. Because I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto said. Sasuke's eye widened along with Sora's and Chiraku's. But when it happened, I felt the chakra and it was definitely the Kyuubi's, Chiraku explained, and Naruto stayed silent. That Tobi seems to have everything. The Kyuubi should belong to me, with it I easily could defeat Itachi. After all, the Sharingan is capable of controlling the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought to himself. Did I do something? Sora asked carefully, as nothing was making much sense as of now. Chiraku sighed and decided it was time to explain everything, but he never wanted him to find out this way. A couple years ago, when you were younger, you somehow unleashed that chakra that was sealed inside of you and proceeded to go on a rampage around our temple, destroying good part of it and injuring many monks. Thank Kami no one died, but the damage was severe and they started looking at you with hate and fear. Chiraku said. It was that day I realized that you had the Kyuubi's chakra sealed inside of you. I don't know who or how it happened, but it doesn't matter at this point. After that whole incident, everyone became aware of you and started giving those looks, Shiraku said, placing a hand on Sora's shoulder. So, I'm nothing more than a monster, Sora said, looking down. No, you aren't a monster, Naruto said. How do you know? Sora yelled at him, almost sobbing. Because I'm not one either, Naruto replied, and Sora's eyes widened. Since you have the Kyuubi's chakra and since the Kyuubi's soul is inside me, when you use the Kyuubi's chakra, if you can't control it, it runs rampart. If you don't manage to control the chakra, it runs wildly and you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe and you will destroy everything in your path, Naruto explained. What am I supposed to do then? Sora asked. You're in luck, Naruto said, and Sora got confused. Me and the Kyuubi are going to help you control it so this doesn't happen again, Naruto said, and Sora was shocked. The Kyuubi is going to help me? Sora asked fearfully. Yes. The Kyuubi is both a dear friend and a trusted partner. He will help us, don't worry, Naruto said. Trust Naruto to call Abiju his friend. Troublesome, Shikamaru thought. When you are ready we can begin, Naruto said, and Sora nodded. Thank you, Naruto-san, Shiraku said. Maybe Sora would be able to make a couple of friends his age and Naruto would be the best as he was also a Jinchuriki. Boom. What was that? Naruto asked as everyone recoiled from the explosion they heard coming from outside of Fire Temple. After a couple of seconds a monk came running inside. Shiraku-san, we are under attack from a shinobi, the monk said between breaths, placing his hands on his knees. He destroyed the gate and is destroying and killing everyone in sight. Sasuke, the moment that he heard this, blurred away from Naruto's position heading towards the gates. Sasuke intended to kill this threat quickly so he could go back to training. Sasuke! Naruto yelled as Sasuke was running away from him. That idiot is going to get himself killed, Naruto said out loud and turned to Shiraku, who was discussing plans with the monk that came to warn them. Shiraku-san, Naruto said, gathering his attention, Kenshin-sama takes priority. Once we have him transferred into a secure location I can provide assistance, Naruto and Shiraku nodded. Let's hope your teammate can last, Shiraku said, and motioned them to follow him so they could take Kenshin to a secure room inside the Fire Temple. After a couple of minutes of running they finally came across what seemed to be a panic room. The room had large metal doors. Fuin Teppaki. Kai, sealed iron door. Release, Shiraku said, going through hand seals. The massive iron doors glowed momentarily before unlocking and allowing Kenshin, Sora, Hinata and Shikamaru entrance to the room. The room itself was very large and it was completely surrounded by iron or other metal. The room itself was mostly empty except with a table and couple of chairs. Hinata-chan, Shikamaru, you stay and protect Kenshin. I'm going outside to help, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Naruto was about to leave when Hinata grabbed him and gave him a small kiss. Be careful, Hinata softly said. I always am, Naruto replied and dashed away with Shiraku besides him. With Sasuke. Sasuke was running through the monastery inside the Fire Temple. After a couple minutes of running he finally found the monastery's exit and ran outside to find this shinobi and terminate his existence. Sasuke came outside and there was destruction everywhere. Monks laid everywhere on the ground and most likely dead by their appearance. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and scanned his surroundings. Sasuke felt a presence behind him and jumped away just moments before the shinobi came punching the ground. The ground exploded from the power of the punch and sent debris everywhere. After a couple of seconds the dust cloud settled and Sasuke saw a shinobi standing there looking at Sasuke impassively. The shinobi standing in front of Sasuke was very tall and seemed muscular. He was wearing a high-collared black cloak with red clouds on it. In his head he wore a white hood and a black mask, with his eyes being the only visible part of his face. His eyes were the strangest thing. The pupil was a very deep forest green while the rest of the eye was blood red. He's making my job easier coming after me, Kakuzu thought looking at Sasuke. He still didn't understand why that Tobi person wanted Sasuke for, but it didn't matter to him. As long as he got paid he wouldn't ask any questions. Who are you and what do you want? Sasuke asked glaring at the man in front of him. I'm Kakuzu and as to why I'm here, I don't think that concerns you, Kakuzu stoically said. I guess I'll have to beat it out of you, Sasuke said smirking and dashed towards Kakuzu. Naive, Kakuzu thought and braced himself to put the brat in his place. Sasuke closed the distance between Kakuzu and himself in no time and jumped in the air trying a spin kick. Kakuzu, bringing his left arm up, blocked it. Kakuzu grabbed Sasuke by his legs and smashed him into the floor making him cough. Kakuzu used his Doden technique and tried to punch Sasuke who was on the ground but Sasuke managed to Kawarimi me out. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Sasuke said and sent a fireball towards Kakuzu who flashed through a couple of hand seals that Sasuke wasn't able to see. Sweden. Sujinheki, water wall, Kakuzu said and started expelling water from his mouth forming a sphere around his body. The fireball crashed into the water wall and disappeared in steam leaving Kakuzu unharmed. Tisk. Sasuke scoffed at the sight of a mere shinobi defending himself so easily against him. Sasuke was so focused on Kakuzu that he didn't notice something grab his foot by the ankle. A hand emerged from the ground and caught Sasuke's ankle with a very firm grip, not allowing any kawarimi of any sort. The strange part was that the hand was only the hand, there was no arm unless a bunch of black threads attached to the hand. The hand rose from the ground and into the air dragging Sasuke along and sending him crashing into a building nearby. Cough cough Sasuke coughed and got up cleaning a bit of blood from the side of his lip and stretching his arms. Sasuke dashed again towards Kakuzu with a frontal assault. Once next to Kakuzu, Sasuke sent a punch to Kakuzu's face who didn't even try to block it. Instead, Kakuzu used his earth technique to strengthen his fist and smashed it into Sasuke who poofed in smoke. A clone. Kakuzu wondered when he looked to his right and saw multiple small fireballs coming hot towards him. Kakuzu easily dodged all of the fireballs with small and consecutive jumps. This time it was Kakuzu who ran towards Sasuke and engaged him in a heated taijutsu battle. Sasuke quickly realized that Kakuzu is much faster and much stronger than him and by a large margin. Sasuke's Sharingan could barely keep track of Kakuzu and his speed. Kakuzu tried to punch Sasuke who tilted back to avoid hit. Kakuzu tried another punch and Sasuke ducked going for a leg sweep. Kakuzu jumped up and tried an downward kick that Sasuke blocked by bringing his arm up in a cross formation. Even though Sasuke blocked the kick he was being pushed down by the sheer strength of his adversary. Sasuke removed his arms and rolled to the side to avoid his kick as it smashed into the ground. Sasuke tried to jump away but Kakuzu's hand split from his body and caught him by the ankle again and proceeded to smash Sasuke against the ground and nearby buildings multiple times until it finally released him by throwing him into the ground. Weak. Pathetic. Kakuzu said as he watched Sasuke trying to push himself to stand but having difficulties. His body hurt all over and Sasuke was pretty sure that his ankle might be dislodged from place. Why Itachi didn't kill you is beyond me, Kakuzu said and Sasuke saw red. Itachi. What do you know of Itachi? Sasuke yelled towards Kakuzu who remained undisturbed against that pathetic killing intent. Tell me, Sasuke ordered. You are in no position to order me around boy, Kakuzu said and Sasuke gritted his teeth. Itachi belongs to our group. Anyone who wears this cloak, Kakuzu said pointing towards his black cloak with red clouds, belongs to the Akatsuki group, Kakuzu explained. Where is he? Sasuke yelled again asking Kakuzu where his brother was. His hate was dulling Sasuke's pain as he was standing even though his ankle was in very bad shape. Now that would be telling, Kakuzu said chuckling and making Sasuke scowl at him flashing through hand seals. A Chidori popped to life in Sasuke's hands who proceeded to blur towards Kakuzu who remained in place. Chidori, Sasuke said and tried to pierce Kakuzu who simply grabbed Sasuke's wrist and disrupted his Chidori with ease. With a small twist of motion Kakuzu broke Sasuke's wrist making him scream in pain. I guess Itachi left you alive as an act of mercy. You are worthless, Kakuzu and delivered a strong kick to Sasuke's chest and he was sent flying into the ground. Where did all that training go? Sasuke wondered and thought as he got demolished by this shinobi, damn it I'm too weak. At this rate I'll never avenge my clan, Sasuke thought as he crashed into the ground forming a small crater. Sasuke at this point couldn't even feel half of his body and was barely conscious. Primary objective completed, Kakuzu thought to himself. Reikiri, A voice was heard and the only thing Kakuzu felt is a very sharp pain from his chest. He looked down and saw a hand coated in lightning sticking out of his chest. How did you get behind me? Kakuzu said just before Naruto pulled his arm out and Kakuzu fell to the ground dead. Naruto's Reikiri pierced cleanly through his heart and no one could survive such attack. I guess I won't be needed, Shiraku said as he watched Naruto kill the enemy with a single jutsu. Both of them then proceeded to run towards Sasuke and got him out of the ground. They were lifting Sasuke when Naruto felt a chakra spike behind them. Naruto turned just in time to see Kakuzu finish his hand seals and say, Fuden, Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb, and sent a big chakra compressed vacuum ball towards Naruto and Shiraku. Naruto dropped Sasuke into Shiraku's back and, picking up his fan from his back, he swatted the wind bomb away into nothingness. The ball collided with the fan but the only result was a loud sound as Naruto's fan neutralized the attack. Will you be alright alone? Shiraku asked. The enemy had just decimated Uchiha Sasuke who was a Chunin and Naruto's teammate. I can take care of myself. Take Sasuke to get healed, Naruto said and Shiraku jumped away. How are you still alive? Naruto asked surprised to see his enemy still standing. I know for certain that I got your hearth, Naruto stated looking at his enemy and noticed his cloak. So you are after me again? Naruto asked looking carefully at him, Sharingan blazing. Taking into account that I sent Itachi and Kisame with their tails between their legs I suppose they sent someone stronger. Naruto asked but Kakuzu remained impassive. And? Why do I feel 4 different chakra signatures coming off you? Naruto wondered as he focused more on his enemy trying to find anything else. He's already close to figuring it out. He's not to be underestimated, Kakuzu thought. I'm not here for you Kyuubi. But I suppose I can take you as well, Kakuzu said and Naruto laughed. You can't take me that easily. I believe I will put up a fight at least, Naruto said. Ready? Kakuzu asked. Yes, Naruto said and both of them dashed towards each other at high speeds. They met halfway and their fist collided with a shockwave. They were evenly matched in taijutsu with Naruto being faster and Kakuzu being stronger, far stronger than anyone should be. Naruto noticed that his skin was dark, almost black. Using his Sharingan he decided to analyze as best he could why his skin would be so. He's using Earth Chakra to strengthen his skin and increase his strength, Naruto concluded from the analyses. Naruto jumped back into the air to gain some distance and he was surprised when Kakuzu's hands detached themselves from him. The hands were going fast towards his ankles and Naruto had to do something. Naruto focused his chakra and golden chains erupted from his hands. Naruto sent the chains into the ground and used them to outmaneuver Kakuzu's hands midair and land on the ground. Naruto channeled chakra into his wrist storage seal and took out his Chikudo and began channeling Raiden Chakra through it. Naruto dashed forward and sliced the black threads connecting the hands to Kakuzu. The hands fell limply to the ground. Naruto was a bit sick to see another set of black threads pop out of the ground and reattach themselves at the hands pulling them back to their owner. What are you? Naruto asked confused with his enemy. First I pierced his heart and he gets up like nothing. And now he detach body parts. Naruto thought shaking his head. Why couldn't he have normal adversaries? First was Orochimaru vomiting himself and now this one. Raiden. Raryuden, Lightning Dragon, one, Naruto said blurring through hand seals and slammed his hands together. Lightning could be heard sparkling around his hands and suddenly a large blue dragon with yellow eyes erupted from his hands. The dragon roared his way towards to Kakuzu who had his eyes widened. Fuden. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Kakuzu said and sent a gust of wind towards the incoming dragon intending to disrupt the jutsu. However his wind jutsu was far too weak when compared to Naruto's and did little to nothing to even slow it down. Kakuzu had no choice but to run away. The moment the dragon was about to crash into him, Kakuzu sidestepped it and jumped as far away as he could. Even though Kakuzu dodged the attack his left arm was spasming a bit from the electricity. Surprise! Naruto said as he reappeared next to Kakuzu's position with his hand crackling with electricity. Reikiri, Naruto said and slammed his hand into Kakuzu. Kakuzu was able to slightly dodge the attack but ended up being stabbed through the right shoulder. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance and once again Kakuzu fell to the ground lifeless. Naruto was no fool. This time he was ready and he could still feel 3 chakra signatures coming from Kakuzu. Kakuzu started jerking around in the ground and suddenly he exploded in black threads. His Akatsuki cloak was ripped to shreds, the whole mess of black threads started to form 2 separate globs away from Kakuzu's body. In each of these globs of black threads was a white mask with different color and design. The masks were light blue and looked like a bird and the other one was red and looked like a dragon. Kakuzu's body rose from the ground and he still looked the same. Even though he just had those masks taken from his body, he didn't change much. What is happening? Naruto asked himself. I already killed him twice, and yet he still stands, Naruto thought until he looked around and noticed the other 2 masks on the ground. As expected from the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, Kakuzu thought to himself. That lightning dragon was exceptionally powerful and not even his wind technique managed to dispel it. The other masks were cracked and destroyed but he could still see that they were brown and the other one was dark blue. Do the masks have anything to do with his lives? Maybe I need to kill him 3 more times to make it permanent, Naruto thought, deciding on his approach. He looked towards Kakuzu and noticed that the masks were missing until he heard a swirling noise to his right. Fuden. Atsugai, pressurized wind bomb. Kaden. Zukoku, cranium carver, Kakuzu said as both masks were staying side by side preparing to launch the jutsus. In the light blue mask the wind started swirling, the same as fire in the red mask. Both masks launched their jutsu simultaneously, combining the 2 elements to power up the jutsu. A shining ball of fire, like the sun, was flying towards Naruto at high speeds. Kamui, Naruto said and activated his Mangekyo. The ball was about to collide with Naruto when the space in front of him started swirling. True enough, the incoming fire ball started to be absorbed into Naruto's right eye. It only took fractions of seconds until the shining fire ball of destruction disappeared right in front of his eyes, literally. Kamui, Naruto said, and using his left eye he focused on the location of Kakuzu's original body. The space around Kakuzu started distorting and from it came the shining ball of fire that the masks had previously unlashed upon Naruto. Kakuzu had no time to dodge as the fire ball suddenly appeared right next to him. The ball collided with Kakuzu and his whole body erupted in a tornado of flames. Naruto had to block his view from the tornado due to the intense light and heat being generated. The tornado died down and Naruto, still aware of the other masks, looked to Kakuzu's body who seemed to be nothing more than ashes on the ground. Naruto couldn't find the mask and assumed that it was vaporized with his attack. Suddenly the red mask flew towards the pile of ash and dived inside of it. Slowly but surely, Kakuzu seemed to be rising from the ashes untouched. Seconds later Kakuzu was standing like nothing had ever happened. The brat really is dangerous, Kakuzu thought as Naruto had already destroyed 3 of his 5 hearths. Even if my power is limited, I have a feeling that he's not serious either, Kakuzu thought looking at Naruto who was staring at him impassively. The brat did really look like Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu, being very old, had obviously met up with Uchiha Madara back in the old days. Although Kakuzu never fought him, he knew very well that Madara was an enemy not to underestimate and was said that only Senju Hashirama could match his power. And both of them were on a level that was so far out of reach of ordinary shinobi, that they were considered gods among humans. And now, Kakuzu had the man's grandson standing in front of him looking, staring at him impassively and without a flinch. There was no doubt about Naruto's heritage, his battle fan, his hairstyle and the power behind those eyes was far too great to be discarded as nothing more than bull. You give a whole new meaning to rise from the ashes, Naruto said and jumped to the side to avoid a wind blade sent from the light blue mask. 2 masks to go, Naruto said smirking and Kakuzu's eyes widened. So you figured it out? Kakuzu asked and Naruto nodded. Yes. You seem to be linked deeply to each of the masks you carry. Judging from the number of critical hits I landed, you should be dead 3 times already and yet you aren't. However, each time I killed you, in fact I destroyed one of your masks. Logic states that once they are all gone, you die, Naruto explained and Kakuzu nodded. Impressive observation. It's very true, I steal the hearts of powerful shinobi I defeat in combat. By doing so, I can extend my natural lifespan. I'm more than 100 years old and I once fought the Shodaime Hokage, Kakuzu explained and Naruto was shocked. Kakuzu was over 100 years old, that means he still fought in the clan wars before the village system was set up. Naruto guessed that Kakuzu had eventually joined Taki during his life only to later defect. If Kakuzu had indeed fight against his great-grandfather, it means that fighting Kakuzu was a family business, so to speak. And now, Naruto was going to finish his gramps' work. This is it, Naruto said before slapping his hands together as if praying. Kakuzu sent the light blue mask to interrupt him, but Naruto easily dodged the attacks, still with his hands in the same position. Senpo. Naruto started and green marks started appearing on his face. The marks formed a loop around his eyes going into his cheeks, and they had two concentric circles on his forehead. Naruto's Sharingan eyes seemed to start glowing even more than usual, his eyes felt like they were radiating power. Is he going to? Kakuzu was thinking but didn't manage to finish as Naruto's next words made him forget everything. Mokuden Haijutsu, Naruto said as he did the snake hand seal and the ground started shaking. Naruto looked towards Kakuzu, who was panicking and running through hand seals as well. Kaden. Zukoku Cranium Carver, Kakuzu said and fired a torrent of fire towards Naruto who had just finished his jutsu. Jukai Koden, Nativity of World Trees, Naruto shouted and flexed his arms forward, making trees burst from the ground. Hundreds upon hundreds of trees suddenly popped from the ground and started heading towards Kakuzu, destroying everything in their path. The torrent of fire clashed with his wood barrage but did nothing as the trees easily dissipated the fire. The trees didn't stop or waver at their obstacles and easily reached Kakuzu, who had started evasive maneuvers. The light blue mask was firing wind blades and bombs trying to destroy the onslaught of Naruto's wood attack, but nothing seemed to work. If they destroyed one tree, two more would grow from the ground. Kakuzu jumped in the air to avoid the major attack and started maneuvering to avoid being caught, but it was only a matter of time. One tree came from behind and wrapped itself around his left ankle, flinging him into another set of trees. In the end, Kakuzu was trapped with trees wrapped around their legs and other ones wrapped around his arms. Kakuzu felt pain. This pain was coming from his chest. He looked down only to see a chunk of wood piercing his chest right through his heart. He gave short, shallow breath as he looked one final time into Naruto's eyes, who seemed to pulse and start spinning. Once the spinning stopped, Kakuzu looked down, and instead of a piece of wood, it was nothing more than Naruto's sword. Kakuzu looked around, and everywhere the trees started to shimmer and simply fade away as if it was nothing more than a dream. He looked over to his other mask and saw it snared to the ground with Naruto's golden chains. The light blue mask had his mouth pointed into the air, so any jutsu it fired, it would miss. Kakuzu saw everything disappearing and was confused. What is this? Kakuzu asked to Naruto, who was behind him with his hands grasping his sword. You are over 100 years old and yet you forgot one simple detail, Naruto said and made his around Kakuzu standing in front of him. Naruto locked eyes with him and simply said, never look into the eyes of an Uchiha. Kakuzu's eyes widened in realization. Everything that had happened since the time Naruto started to gather chakra in that strange hand seal was a genjutsu. Naruto had played with Kakuzu's experience in battling the Shodaime to make him believe that Naruto possessed the Mokuden. Naruto had used that as a distraction to permanently end the battle. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the light blue mask erupted in black flames and completely disintegrated it. Naruto turned to Kakuzu, who, by the looks of it, had just a few more seconds to live. This brat will be trouble in the future, Kakuzu thought just before Naruto removed his sword from his back and Kakuzu fell to the ground, face first, limp. With all of the 5 masks destroyed, Kakuzu had ran out of hearts and was finally in the afterlife. Even though Naruto had won a long battle, he felt something strange with it. All of the Akatsuki members were supposed to be really powerful, and yet this one fell for a simple genjutsu. His battle had been pretty straightforward. Naruto wasn't saying he wasn't powerful, but he felt that Akatsuki standards seemed to be higher. True to Naruto's thoughts, the body at Naruto's feet started to spasm. Naruto jumped away thinking it might be some end-of-the-line suicidal jutsu. Once the body stopped shaking, Naruto approached it cautiously. He would never know just what kind of tricks they may have under their belts, or cloaks for that matter. Naruto looked closely at the body and his appearance was completely different from Kakuzu. This someone standing dead in front of him was definitely not Kakuzu. This person was about Kakuzu's height but seemed like a regular Joe. He had brown hair and his eyes were completely white. He seems to be nothing more than a sacrifice like the others, Naruto thought as he realized something. If he's nothing more than a sacrifice, he was a diversion. Shit. Naruto realized as he focused on Hinata's Hirshin marker and vanished away in a yellow flash. # with Kenshin, Hinata and Shikamaru ##. Kenshin, Hinata, Sora and Shikamaru were inside the sealed iron walls. According to Chiraku, it was the safest place in all of the Fire Temple. Only someone who knew the correct hand seal sequence and had the right chakra signature could unlock the doors that led into this area of the temple. Do you think Naruto will be alright? Kenshin asked, slightly afraid for Naruto. He had started to grow fond of the fellow shinobi. Kenshin knew that Naruto was strong, but there were many shinobi around the world and there was bound to be someone more powerful. He will be alright. Don't worry, Hinata replied, but that didn't seem to ease Kenshin's worries. What makes you so sure? Kenshin asked, surprised to see so much faith placed on Naruto. Because he never gives up and he never surrenders. It's his nindo, his shinobi way, Hinata softly replied. If that doesn't put at ease, maybe this will, Hinata said and threw Kenshin a copy of the updated bingo book. Page 112, Hinata said and Kenshin quickly flipped to it. Konoha no Raijin. S rank. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Minato. Kenshin had his eyes widened at what he found about Naruto. He was related to the most powerful shinobi to ever live and, if his rank was anything to measure by, he was indeed very powerful. Suddenly they heard the sealed door unlock and everyone took fighting stances in front of Kenshin. It might be an enemy or it might not be, but it was best to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. The door opened and Chiraku entered the room with a heavily injured Sasuke on his back, barely conscious. What happened? Kenshin asked. He had never seen a shinobi in such bad shape and he had already seen the 12 shinobi guardians in bad shape. He was defeated but me and Naruto arrived in time to rescue him, Chiraku explained and gently placed Sasuke on the ground. Naruto mentioned you were a medic, Chiraku said towards Hinata. I'm training to be one. Let's see what I can do, Hinata said and activated her Byakugan. Sasuke's injuries were extensive. I can patch him up but he will need to rest a couple of days, Hinata said and started the mystical palm technique to reset the ribs in place and heal other wounds. Hinata walked towards Sasuke's legs and picked his ankle. With a sickening twisted she reset the ankle to its proper place and used the mystical palm once again. It's done. He will need to rest his body for a couple of days now, Hinata explained and Chiraku nodded. They all started a bit at ease when Hinata, Shikamaru, Chiraku and Sora felt a presence enter the room. They turned around to see someone standing in the middle of the room. He had a black cloak with red clouds, but the most interesting fact was that he was wearing an orange mask with a swirl pattern. Everyone took defensive stances in front of Kenshin as they didn't know what was this shinobi's target. Hinata took a peek into his chakra levels and they were on par with Naruto's levels and that was saying something. Be careful. His chakra levels are on par with lower level Bijus, Hinata said and everyone gulped at the new enemy. Looks like Kakuzu already completed his primary objective, Tobi thought looking at the injured form of Sasuke who was on the ground unconscious. Who are you and what do you want? Hinata asked, not for once looking away from this new enemy. Tobi. I'm Tobi, so you can call me Tobi, Tobi said in a childish voice, but Hinata could clearly see the chakra build up in his throat, meaning that this wasn't his real voice. You aren't fooling anyone with that voice, Hinata stated and Tobi's posture changed. You know. Tobi started. Your eyes aren't half bad, Tobi said chuckling. What do you want? Hinata stressed out, ignoring his eyes comment. You can say that I'm just looking for a piece of the puzzle, Tobi cryptically said. Meaning? Hinata continued but Tobi stayed silent. Hand over the pseudo Jinchuriki and I'll take my leave, Tobi said pointing towards Sora. I see, Hinata started. You can't come for Naruto-kun as he's too powerful for you, so you come after the weaker version, Hinata deduced and Tobi chuckled. Don't kid yourself, girl. Your boyfriend may be strong but he's no match against someone like me. And by weaker version, he's just a backup, Tobi said laughing. What makes you so sure? Hinata asked, still with her Byakugan blazing. Tobi activated his Sharingan for Hinata to see who had her eyes widened. He's an Uchiha, Hinata said and everyone gasped. There was only supposed to be 3 Uchihas alive, and those were Naruto, Sasuke, and Itachi. Who are you? Hinata asked suspiciously. Madara. Uchiha Madara. Tobi said with his Sharingan spinning. Everyone was shocked to see that the legendary Uchiha warrior was still alive, well, everyone but Hinata. Bullshit, Hinata said, and Tobi looked carefully at her. Naruto told me that his grandfather was dead, so you are not him, Hinata explained. What makes you so sure? Tobi asked, flooding the room with ki. Kenshin was on the floor while the rest of the shinobi were breathing heavily, with only Hinata and Shiraku being able to match it. No matter. I'm taking what I want, Tobi said and dashed towards Sora to capture it. Shikamaru-san, Sora-kun, take care of yourselves and protect Kenshin-sama. We will take care of him, Shiraku said, and both he and Hinata took defensive stances against the incoming Akatsuki nin. Hinata was in her standard Juken stance and Shiraku had his right hand lowered with the palm pointing to the ground while his left one was in front of his chest. Reigo. Senjutsu, welcoming approach. Thousand-armed murder, Shiraku said, and his forehead seemed to constrict. Suddenly, semi-transparent arms seemed to form midair and start going towards Tobi. Hinata, using her Byakugan, saw Tobi mold chakra in a way that she remembered it from somewhere. As the arms were about to connect with Tobi, they simply phased through them. Hinata's eyes widened in realization of the technique Tobi was using. She took a closer look at Toba's eyes, and they weren't the standard Sharingan but a complete different form. Toba's eyes had shifted into a Mangekyo Sharingan and he seemed to using Naruto's Kamui technique. Toba's Mangekyo was blood red with what seemed to be 2 triple-wheeled patterns overlapping each other. How is he doing this? Shiraku asked, shocked that his attacks were ineffective. He had never seen such technique. His technique was passing right through the enemy without any obstruction. Tobi was nothing more than a ghost at this point. It's a special technique he uses with his Mangekyo Sharingan called Kamui. He's able to dematerialize his body and thus allow any attacks to simply pass through him as if he was a ghost or an illusion. Hinata explained and Tobi nodded. That was the simplest description he could came up with. How do you know that? Shiraku asked, not losing focus as he kept his punching barrage. Because Naruto-kun can use it as well, Hinata said and went onto thinking mode. Is he really Madara? He can use the same technique as Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, wondering if Naruto was mistaken regarding his grandfather. So what do we do? Shiraku asked. There is nothing we can do. He cannot remain intangible indefinitely as there is a time limit at which he can maintain the technique active. However, neither of us are fast enough to capitalize at the moment in which he materializes, Hinata explained, frowning. Naruto had explained her how his technique worked and there weren't many flaws. Kamui was almost a perfect technique and a very powerful one at that. So what can we do? Shiraku asked as he dropped his attack. The concentration necessary to maintain the attack was too great and he could only do it for a couple of minutes at max. Stall until Naruto-kun arrives, Hinata simply said and turned to Shikamaru. Use your shadow to help us, Hinata said, and Shikamaru nodded, crouching on the ground. Shikamaru started to expand his shadow to try and capture Tobi. Of course Tobi wouldn't be caught in such weak technique, but it provided Hinata and Shiraku a much needed help in distracting the enemy. Tobi arrived near Hinata and Shiraku and they all engaged in taijutsu. Hinata kept a very close eye in Toba's chakra network so she could try and hit him when he became tangible. Hinata back-flipped away and looked towards the taijutsu battle between Shiraku and Tobi. Shiraku dashed forward and tried to punch in the chest only to slip by him and stumble forward. Now, Hinata thought as Tobi was about to punch Shiraku in his back. Hake Kusho, air palm, Hinata said and sent a wave of compressed air filled with chakra towards Tobi. The wave arrived near him and passed right through him and nearly hitting Shiraku, who was on the other side. This is going to be hard, Hinata thought as she rushed Tobi to give time for Shiraku to recover. Hinata went for a Juken strike to his chest and phased through him. Tobi turned around only to see Hinata start to spin. Kaden, Hinata said and was enveloped in a blue dome of chakra. Tobi noticed it and used his Kamui to avoid the Kaden and jumped back. As Tobi was about to land, he noticed Shikamaru's shadow was closing in at a very fast pace. Tobi simply warped away completely and reappeared on the other side of the room. Hinata and Shiraku recovered and dashed once again towards Tobi, who remained in place seeing them coming. Tobi took advantage that they were on the other side of the room and quickly warped away and reappeared next to Shikamaru. Shikamaru disabled his shadow technique and engaged him in taijutsu. Even he knew that this was a lost battle. Tobi phased through a sloppy punch and, once behind Shikamaru, he delivered a quick chop to his neck and kicked him in the back, sending him flying into a nearby wall unconscious. Tobi was going to approach Sora when Hinata and Shiraku managed to arrive near them and engage him in taijutsu. Tobi used his Kamui and easily outmaneuvered all of them and sent them into the ground with well-located kicks and punches. Kamui was such a useful technique that all he needed was that in taijutsu, and we was able to deal with even the most difficult adversary. Mokuden. Sashiki no Jutsu, cutting technique, Tobi said, and from the solid concrete floor sprouted several pieces of wood in the shape of spears. Tobi grabbed all of them and sent them towards Hinata and Shiraku, who were getting up. Shiraku got grazed by one spear in his shoulder before Hinata could set up a Kaden. Since Hinata and Shiraku were busy blocking the wooden projectiles, Tobi calmly walked towards Sora and Kenshin, who were scared. To Sora, this enemy shinobi was decimating his sensei, who was the most powerful monk in the whole fire temple. To Kenshin, he was scared because he never saw such a powerful shinobi who could take on 4 enemies at once and defeat them like nothing. But then again, if he really was Uchiha Madara, then there was nothing they could do. Let's just do this here, Tobi thought as he arrived near Sora and Kenshin. Look at me, Tobi said, grabbing Sora by his clothes and forcing him to make eye contact. Sora's pupil dilated and he gave a shallow breath before his head fell down. Once Sora raised his head, his eyes were no blood red with vertical black slits. His right hand became beastly in appearance as it was completely red with large claws. Tobi dropped Sora to the ground and looked towards Kenshin, who was on the verge of heart attack. Tobi noticed something off with his hands. He raised Kenshin by his collar and looked at his hands to notice that, in his palms, there were 2 diamonds marks overlapping each other. The Maiden bloodline. Excellent. This will speed things up, Tobi thought before he focused on Kenshin. Tobi's eyes glowed momentarily before he looked directly into Kenshin's eyes. After a couple of seconds, Kenshin's eyes widened and his face became one of emotionless with nothing but a blank look and dead eyes. You know what to do, Tobi said, and Kenshin simply walked towards Sora like a zombie. Tobi turned towards Hinata and Shiraku, who were running towards him at full speed trying to stop whatever Tobi was forcing Kenshin to do. Mokuden. Underground roots, Tobi said, and wooden roots bursted from the ground pinning Sora. Sora was unleashing more and more Kyuubi's chakra, but the wood technique seemed to be able to keep Sora in place. Tobi threw a scroll at Kenshin, who caught it and kneeled next to Sora. Kenshin placed his right hand on Sora and his left hand on the scroll. Maiden. Hukatsuko, dark release. Inhaling Ma, Kenshin said, and started absorbing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and funneling it into a scroll. What did you do to them? Hinata asked, panting and sweating. They were trying their best but nothing seemed to work. And now, with Shikamaru unconscious, there wasn't nothing they could do but to see what Tobi had planned. Nothing you need to be concerned about, Tobi said, walking towards them, who were trapped with wooden roots. Hinata had tried to release wind blades from her chakra points, but the wood was too strong for such small attack. With one large roar, Sora unleashed the rest of the Kyuubi's chakra and was left on the ground unconscious and with his skin blood red. Unleashing all of the chakra he had inside of him burned most of his outer skin. Kenshin finalized the technique and fell to the ground also unconscious. Tobi approached them and picked the scroll and warping it into his dimension. And finally, to deal with the witnesses, Tobi said, and turned to Hinata and Shiraku, who knew what was coming. Tobi took out a kunai and walked towards them. Tobi was about to kill them both when he was almost blinded by a bright yellow flash. Naruto appeared in a yellow flash with a raikiri already sparkling in his hand. Naruto tried to stab Tobi only to slip through him. This is my Kamui technique, Naruto thought with his eyes widened. Naruto had completely slipped by him when Tobi turned around to stab Naruto in the back only to also slip through Naruto. They both jumped away from each other staring at one another. Naruto quickly took multiple shurikens and, infusing them with Raiden chakra, threw them into the wooden roots, freeing Hinata and Shiraku, who took their side. Sharingan and Mokuden, Naruto said with his eyes widened. Who are you? Naruto asked with his Mangekyu blazing. What is it with people asking masked men who they are? Tobi rhetorically asked, sighing. He says he's Uchiha Madara, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Naruto placed his hands in the ram seal, making Tobi wonder what he was doing. Naruto focused on Tobi and started sensing chakra. You're not Gramps, Naruto said, chuckling, but Kurama had a much different expression when his host sensed Toba's chakra. What makes you say that? Tobi asked, surprised by yet again someone stating that he isn't Uchiha Madara. Your chakra is nowhere like mine, Naruto simply said. You are half Senju, Tobi replied. True, Naruto agreed, however look at me. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, which means my father's genes are dominant. Which would mean that my chakra is similar to that of my father and grandfather for that matter, Naruto explained, and Tobi scoffed to himself. This whole persona of him being Uchiha Madara was going down the drain. So, Naruto started, who exactly are you? Naruto asked. I sense Senju chakra in you, but you are clearly an Uchiha, Naruto stated, observing him carefully. Naruto, Kurama called out, and Naruto focused on his partner. He's the ONE. He was the one who removed me from your mother and controlled me into attacking Konoha, Kurama explained, and Naruto's chakra spiked. The man in front of him was the reason why he had a crappy life and why his parents were dead. Killing intent flooded the whole room. Even though the ki wasn't directed towards Hinata and Shiraku, they were both gasping for air. That's some power you have there, Tobi said as a bead of sweat rolled down his face, not that Naruto could see it. You were the one responsible for my parents' death, Naruto yelled, powering his ki with the Kyuubi's chakra. I'm going to kill you, Naruto shouted and powered his Chidori Nagashi and dashed towards Tobi with swirling chakra in his right hand. Naruto appeared next to Tobi and immediately flashed behind his back and tried slamming a Rasengan through Tobi, only to phase trough him and use it on the ground, making a large crater. He's fast, Tobi thought, and nearly got me. I've got stop underestimating the brat. Tobi instantly pulled two kunais and threw them as hard as he could towards the unconscious forms of Kenshin and Sora. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. The kunais were moving at high speeds and would most likely kill them both. Naruto wouldn't be able to get there in time, and neither Hinata or Shiraku were fast enough. I have to do something, Naruto thought, and considered using his long-range Kamui, but the kunais were going too fast and he wouldn't be able to teleport them, and they were just out of reach of his Hiroshin markers. Naruto's eyes glowed and his chakra spiked. The strangest thing happened. Time seemed to freeze. Naruto looked around and everything had stopped. Tobi still had his arms in the throwing motion and his kunais were still midair but frozen in the same place, as if there was no gravity. He looked towards Hinata and Shiraku, who had running motions and concerned expressions on their faces. Kuranosu, time god, Naruto subconsciously said, and his eyes pulsed just before they started spinning in counterclockwise. Naruto was watching as everything was playing itself backwards in slow motion. The kunais were flying backwards into Toba's hands, Hinata and Shiraku were running backwards, and even Naruto himself felt being pulled back, even against his own actions. After everything rolled back, Naruto was on top of Toba's body with his Rasengan in his hand, about to slam it into Tobi again. Naruto's eyes pulsed once again and everything resumed. Naruto phased right through Tobi and smashed his Rasengan into the ground. Naruto didn't know what happened, but he wasn't going to take any chances and immediately threw Hiroshin kunais at the exact same time as Tobi did, intercepting them. How did he know I was going to do that? Tobi wondered in thought. Tobi jumped back to gain some distance and started observing Naruto, who had shock splashed across his face. Kurama. What the hell happened? Naruto asked his partner, who was speechless. I think you rolled back time, Kurama replied, and Naruto's jaw dropped. Just what kind of power his eyes had. Although, it did made sense as Naruto was able to see what would happen, and then it happened exactly as it was supposed to happen, so Naruto either rolled back time or he took a peek into the future. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Hinata asked, snapping Naruto out of his thoughts. I think I might have unlocked another Mangekyo ability, Naruto said, still in disbelief of what he had done. He had done something that was unheard of. Naruto didn't travel back in time. No, he forced time to roll itself back. Really? Hinata asked, surprised, and Naruto slowly nodded. What does it do? Hinata asked. I'll tell you later. Now we have a worm to deal with, Naruto said, locking eyes with Tobi. Amaterasu is useless, As is the Tsukuyomi and this new power I don't how to control it, Naruto thought. I'm at a disadvantage and I already have what I wanted, Tobi thought to himself and turned to Naruto. Until we meet again, Tobi said and warped away leaving no trace of him. He's gone, Naruto said and sat down thinking about everything that happened. How is everyone? Naruto asked. Shikamaru, Kenshin and Sora are unconscious. Me and Shiraku are just tired with a couple of bruises. About Sasuke, I did reset his bones to their proper locations but he still needs to rest, Hinata explained and Naruto nodded. Good, Naruto said happy that everyone was alive. Let's clean this mess up, Naruto said but Hinata interrupted him. You should know that Sora no longer has the Kyuubi's chakra in him, Hinata said and Naruto was surprised. What happened? Naruto asked and Hinata informed him of what happened. How this Tobi character had controlled Kenshin into removing the Kyuubi's chakra from Sora and sealing it into a scroll that Tobi took. I guess in the end everything worked out for the best, Naruto said and everyone went to collect their friend to take them to the infirmary to heal up. 2 days later. In the last 2 days everyone had recovered from their injuries including Sasuke who, somehow, seemed to brood even more and throw himself into training even harder than usual. Shiraku and the rest of the monks had finished the cleanup and had already reconstructed the destroyed gates. During these 2 days the fire daimyo and his protection had arrived and he was shocked to know of what had happened. He thanked Naruto and his team for helping defend the fire temple and keeping his grandson safe. The fire daimyo had even asked Naruto if he would like to join the 12 shinobi guardians. Naruto had politely refused saying that he had a group of criminals after the Kyuubi and that it would place the fire daimyo in even more danger than he already was. Everyone from Naruto's team was gathered up at the gate ready to leave. Give my regards to Asuma, Shiraku said and Shikamaru nodded. Next time we meet I want to spar with you, Kenshin said towards Naruto who chuckled and nodded in acceptance. You are a new man Sora, Naruto said towards the overjoyed Sora who was happy that this malefic chakra was gone. I know, Sora replied and shook Naruto's hand. See you all, Naruto said and they all left the fire temple heading back to Konoha. Naruto looked to Sasuke who was scowling at something. You are all right Sasuke? Naruto asked. Mind your own business Senju, Sasuke replied and Naruto flinched at his tone but left him alone. How can I be so weak? He destroyed me in minutes and Naruto was able to defeat him, Sasuke thought seething, he had to gain power and fast. I don't feel like walking, Naruto said and without warning anyone he pulled them all into a hug and Hiroshined back to Konoha. Hokage's office. Tsunade was having a normal day. She had a pen in one hand, a bottle of sake on the other and a stack of papers in front. Just another normal day for the busty Hokage. Tsunade was signing a piece of paper when she saw a bright yellow flash. She placed that paper back on the desk and saw Naruto standing there smiling at her while the rest of the team was on the ground seeing stars. Mission accomplished Ba-chan, Naruto said and Tsunade motioned for him to report. She was shocked to find what had happened in the fire temple. Akatsuki is getting bolder to unleash a direct attack at the fire temple, Tsunade mused out loud, and even worse that Tobi fellow, Tsunade said. According to the Kyuubi, Tobi was the one responsible for the attack 14 years ago. I will look into this when Jiraiya is back in town, Tsunade said and turned to his team. Good job. You are dismissed, Tsunade said and everyone left the office and headed into their homes. Want to eat something? Hinata said grabbing Naruto by his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Why not? Naruto said shrugging. Ichiraku's ramen here we go, Naruto yelled and Hinata giggled. Like it. R&R. Sasuke Retrieval Arc. Chapter 33 Path Set in Stone. Suna Sunagakure no Sato was bursting with activity. Their pain of losing so many shinobi to the Leaf Village had dulled a little bit but that wasn't why they were all cheering and celebrating. Today marked the day that the Godime Kazekage would take his position as the leader of Suna and hopefully make better decisions than the last one. Every single person was gathered around the Kazekage Tower in the middle of Suna. The Kazekage Tower was the biggest building in all of Suna and was the workplace of the Kazekage, his assistant and all the other personnel. On top of the tower a lone figure was seen approaching. He had long white robes with a green hat. On the hat was the kanji for Godime Kazekage. The cage removed his hat to show a man with two very distinctive red marks on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. The man was Baki, the former sensei of Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, and now the new cage of the Sand Village. Baki raised his hands high into the air and signaled the population to calm down so he could begin his speech. People of Sunagakur, I come to talk to you with a heavy heart. I know it's still fresh, the wounds and pain of those who lost loved ones on a foolish attempt orchestrated by my predecessor. Baki started and most of the people lowered their heads. But, Baki yelled, let's us not dwell in the past and let's look into a brighter future. As of now we are allied to Iwagakure since their Tsuchikage has agreed. We shall repay the leaf in kind, Baki said in a dark tone, but for now we shall focus on rebuilding and bringing our village back to its peak. I promise that from now on, I'll lead this village to the best of my capabilities as the Godime cage, Baki yelled and the crowd erupted in cheers. Go die me! Go die me! The crowd cheered for the newly appointed leader. Konoha. Naruto and Hinata were walking home after Naruto had gobbled up almost 10 bowls of ramen. To this day Hinata still wondered where the hell all of that went. It wasn't physically possible for someone to eat so much. It is known that the stomach stretches to accommodate the food, but 10 bowls is ridiculous. Being Naruto an expert in space-time techniques, Hinata wondered if his stomach had some seal that would store and release his ramen at a constant rate. All kidding aside, it's well known that shinobi have a much faster metabolism than ordinary people. This is due to their work and their active chakra networks. To a normal human, digestion takes about 3 hours, while, to shinobi, it takes a mere hour. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, which causes his metabolism to go into hyperdrive. That was the reason Naruto could eat so much. By the time he reached his third, fourth bowl, the first one he ate would already been digested and so on. That hit the spot, Naruto said, rubbing his belly with Hinata giggling and clinging to his right arm. Don't you get tired of ramen? Hinata asked, shaking her head. You eat almost 30 bowls a week. How could you? Naruto asked in a mock hurt. Ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto said with anime tears. I know, Hinata replied, still laughing. Are you making fun of me? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. What if I am? Hinata replied, deciding to play along. Then I have to punish you, Naruto said, and swooped Hinata of her feet and placed her on his shoulder, holding her by her legs. Naruto secured her and proceeded to dash mad speed to their home. Ya slow www. Down, Hinata yelled, but Naruto didn't hear and proceeded and deactivate his gravity seals for an extra speed boost. You're home, Naruto said, gently placing Hinata on the ground, who was still seeing stars from Naruto's bumpy ride. Senju compound. Naruto and Hinata walked inside the compound and into the living room to find the Sand siblings there. Gaara was reading, much surprised there. Temari was cleaning up her fan and Kankuro was doing something to his puppets. By the looks of it, Kankuro was either testing or assembling some new puppets, since Naruto only had seen his Karasu. And the last time he saw his puppet he kinda drove a Rasengan through it. Yo, Naruto said, walking into the room and making everyone turn to him, greeting him. Man, I'm spent. All that I want now is a warm bath and a bed, Naruto said, plopping into a nearby couch. Welcome, Naruto, Gaara said, looking up from his book and proceeding to flip a page. By the way, Kankuro started. I heard you made it to the bingo book. Congrats, Kankuro said, and Temari scolded him, saying that having a bullseye on the back of his head isn't exactly good news. Congratulations, Hinata-chan, you also made it to the bingo book. Temari happily congratulated Hinata and got confused looks from Kankuro and Naruto. Is she bipolar? Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Kankuro replied, and Naruto got deadpanned. She's your sister, moron, Naruto simply replied. I avoid my sister because she tends to be a bit aggressive with that fan, Kankuro replied, shivering. Between his sister's fan and his brother's sand, he really didn't know what to pick. Let's show them that kunoichi are as good as man, Temari stated, swinging her fan and creating a small gust of wind. By the way, Naruto started, how is training with Anko? Naruto asked, and everyone froze at his question. I don't like it. Mother is afraid of her, Gaara said, shaking, while Kankuro wasn't faring much better either. I like it. Temari in a happy voice. Too happy if you ask me. It's awesome. A couple days ago she even let us interrogate a prisoner and use all of her tools, Temari said with stars in her eyes. She's so cool. I want to be just like her, Temari said, and both Naruto and Hinata slowly nodded, knowing that if that happened, it wouldn't be safe to live in the Senju compound anymore. Maybe she will let me sign the snake contract, Temari suddenly said, and all the males paled at the thought of Temari summoning snakes to discipline everyone. Poor Shika. Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who chuckled. Hey Gaara, how is the new seal holding up? Naruto asked. He had yet to ask Gaara about his new seal since he was out for nearly 2 days when he applied it. It's very good, Gaara said. I can sleep peacefully, which I really like, besides that Shukaku is being friendlier. Shukaku? Naruto asked, and Gaara nodded. Friendlier. Naruto confirmed, and Gaara nodded again, never looking up from his book. Are you high? Naruto asked, and Gaara got confused. No. I'm at the same altitude as you, Gaara replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Forget it. Explain me the whole Shukaku being friendlier, Naruto asked. Well, according to him, all of the seals used to seal him up were defective. He was in such poor conditions that were driving him mad, Gaara explained. He said, do you know what it's like to be stuck in cage and being unable to sleep? Gaara said, and Naruto pondered. I didn't really study much of your seal, only that it wasn't meant for holding bijus, Naruto stated, and Gaara nodded. Yes. Shukaku said that I wasn't able to sleep because he wasn't either. And he couldn't sleep because of the seal was poorly constructed, and that was making him insane. It was like having an itch and never being able to scratch it, Gaara explained. Good, Naruto replied. One less lunatic to deal with, Naruto thought. Suddenly the door opened of the living room opened, and Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya walked in. Hey Ba-chan, Ero Senin, Shizune-chan, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother, his sister figure, and his godfather, who got a tick mark on his forehead. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled, crying anime tears. But you are a pervert and always peeking around the hot springs, Naruto simply stated. Actually, I haven't peeked in almost a week, Jiraiya proudly said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Blasphemy, Naruto yelled, throwing holy water to Jiraiya. What brought this on? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later, Jiraiya said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Oh, and Naruto, Jiraiya bringing his attention back to him. Me and Tsunade Haim need to talk to all of you later, Jiraiya explained, and they all nodded. They all went to the kitchen to have dinner minus Naruto, who decided to take a shower while they all ate. In fact, both Naruto and Hinata had already eaten back at Ichiraku's and weren't hungry, so they just waited for them to finish so they could have the conversation that Jiraiya had mentioned. An hour later, Everyone had already eaten and they were all seated in the living room. They didn't know what Jiraiya wanted with them, but the serious look on his face told everyone that this wasn't some chit-chat. They were even more convinced when Naruto placed a sound and visual seal around the room. So what do you want to talk to us about? Naruto asked, while everyone was wondering pretty much the same thing. Akatsuki and this fellow, Tobi, Jiraiya said, and Naruto instantly knew this had something to do with his latest mission. Wait, Naruto called out. If it's about Tobi, we should include Kurama in this, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Kurama? Tsunade asked, confused. Kurama is the Kyuubi's real name. He trusted me with his name, and I'm doing the same with you, Naruto said, and they all nodded. Naruto proceeded to make a shadow clone and having Kurama switch with him. I'm here. You can start, pervert, Kurama said, and Naruto bit back a laugh. Naruto, Hinata, Jiraiya said, focusing on both of them. I need to know everything about him from your mouths. I know what Tsunade told me. But explain everything, even if it might seem irrelevant, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before beginning. For starters, he said that he's Uchiha Madara, my grandfather, but that is false, Naruto started. When he said that, I took a reading at his chakra and it had nothing to do with mine. Of course it had similarities as we are both Uchihas, but he was too different from mine, Naruto said. But you also a Senju. Don't forget that, Gaara commented. I'll tell you what I told him. If you saw me with short hair and without whiskers, I could pass for my father, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. That means that my father's genes are dominant, meaning that my chakra signature is more related to that of my father and, of course, grandfather than to that of my mother, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. And he also has the Mokuden, Naruto said, still no believing in what he saw. With that Mokuden stunt he pulled back with Kakuzu, he would believe that Tobi was using genjutsu as well. I wonder about that, Tsunade said, rubbing her chin. So far no one had ever awakened the Mokuden bloodline since my father and all Senju clan members were accounted for. Unless some member had a one-night stand with someone we didn't know about, Tsunade said, trying to explain just who the hell Tobi was. Another thing I noticed about him, Naruto said and looked straight at Tsunade, besides him having the Mokuden, is that he had Senju chakra, but it felt irregular, Naruto said. What do you mean by irregular? Tsunade asked. I don't know how to explain it properly. It's like that Senju chakra was different from his Uchiha one. They were vibrating at different frequencies, so to speak. Another way to put it is, it's as if he had both Senju chakra and Uchiha chakra but separately in his body and yet one single chakra signature, Naruto explained, or tried for that matter. When he sensed his chakra he wasn't looking for anything in particular other than confirming if he was Madara or not. I see, Tsunade said, digesting the information. What can you tell us about his chakra? Tsunade asked, turning to Hinata. Unfortunately I can't tell you anything else. My Byakugan doesn't differentiate chakra signatures, so all chakra looks the same to us with the exception of Biju chakra, of course, Hinata explained, and Tsunade sighed. Ba-chan, Naruto said, making her focus on her. Do you think it's possible he somehow injected Senju DNA into his body? Naruto asked, and Tsunade unfortunately nodded. It's possible but very risky, Tsunade said before she walked out of the leaving room and activated her space bridge to go to her office and picked up a file. This is a file on one of our Anbu operatives, Tenzo, Tsunade said, passing the file by everyone in the room. When he was young, Tenzo was kidnapped by Orochimaru and experimented on, Tsunade said, sighing at the shocked faces of Naruto and Hinata. He was one of 60 children that Orochimaru tried to inject Senju DNA to give them the Mokuden bloodline. Of all the 60 children, he was the only one who survived. But, even though he survived, he became capable of using the wood release, however a much weaker version than that of my father, Tsunade explained. So, it's possible that this Tobi has injected Gramps' DNA to increase his body prowess and to use his Mokuden bloodline. Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. Then Jinchuriki have a major problem in their hands, Naruto said. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked. Two things. He has both a Sharingan and the Mokuden bloodline. He will be able to subjugate every Biju out there, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened as they didn't think of that. Hashirama on his prime was able to subject all of the 9 Biju, simultaneously if need be. And this Tobi also had the Sharingan, increasing his potential. And then there is his Mangekyo, Naruto said. You said that it had the same ability as yours, right? Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded. Not only he has the Kamui, but we don't even know what other powers it may have. Naruto started. I get the feeling that the Sharingan's potential is limitless, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Jiraiya asked. I unlocked another power during our mission, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya motioned him to continue. You aren't going to believe it, but this new power allows me to turn back time a couple of seconds with only the user being aware of what occurred, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped. See, can you run that by me again? Tsunade asked, wondering if the sake she drank was a bit too much. I can turn back time, Naruto said. No, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. It's not possible, Jiraiya said. Nothing is impossible in the shinobi world, and I can prove it, Naruto said, and wondered just how the hell he was going to do that. I want you to think of a word and memorize it, Naruto said to Jiraiya, who agreed and chose his word. Now you're going to tell it to me, and I'm going to turn back time to the point where you didn't tell it to me yet, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. Jiraiya said his word to Naruto and he activated his Mangekyo and focused. He still couldn't control this new technique very well. He still couldn't control the amount of time he turned back, as it was a random amount of seconds. Sometimes it was 5 seconds, other time it was 7, and the most he managed was 12 seconds. Kuranosu, time god, Naruto said, his Mangekyo pulsed before starting to spin counterclockwise. Stop, Naruto yelled to Jiraiya, who was about to speak the word. I already know the word, and turned back time. The word you chose was boobs, Naruto said, and Tsunade got a tick mark, getting ready to bury Jiraiya into the ground. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked, but they were still a little dubious about it. I mean, turning back time. WTF. I can vouch for him. Since I'm inside of him, I witnessed the whole thing, Kurama said, and eventually everyone caved. So what are we going to do about this Tobi person? Naruto asked, looking at everyone. He was the reason Kurama attacked the leaf. He's the reason my parents are dead, Naruto explained, unintentionally giving off ki. You aren't going for revenge, I hope? Jiraiya asked. He knew of many shinobi who had embraced revenge, and it didn't end up well for anyone. I won't give in to revenge, Naruto said, and everyone sighed in relief. But, Naruto continued, and everyone tensed. When we meet in combat, and we eventually will, I'm going to kill him, Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. And I'll be there, Jiraiya said. The bastard is going to pay for killing my student, Jiraiya said. And my daughter, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. It seemed that everyone wanted a piece of Tobi. Now it brings us to the main point of this conversation, and the reason why I wanted Gaara and his siblings in here as well. Jiraiya started. I heard from my spies that the Akatsuki is going on a down low for 3 years before they start hunting for the Jinchuriki, Jiraiya explained. That's why I want to take Naruto and Gaara on a 3-year training trip, Jiraiya said, and everyone was shocked. You want to take Naruto away for 3 years? Hinata asked in a sad voice. Cheer up, Haim, Naruto said, hugging her. You forget I have 2 space-time techniques at my disposal. I'll come see you every day, Naruto said, and Hinata instantly perked up, kissing him. I know you are strong enough to hold your own against them. But when 3 years are up, I want you to be able to take the whole organization on and come out the winner, Jiraiya said, poofing his chest, and Naruto just stared at him. Sure, Naruto was strong, but taking on 10s rank shinobi at the same time. Jiraiya was crazy. 10s rank shinobi are enough to take down whole countries and armies. You are kidding, right? Naruto asked, but Jiraiya shook his head. Think it this way, Jiraiya started. You are an S rank shinobi at 14 years old. What rank do you think you will be when you reach your prime in a couple of years? Jiraiya rhetorically asked, and Kankuro paled. Naruto had taken his sensei, him, his sister, and his brother on and came out the winner, and he wasn't on his prime. I suppose, Naruto said. So what will we be doing during the trip? Naruto asked, wanting to know the details. We will be ironing out any flaws in your taijutsu, merge your Rasengan with elemental affinity, get some field experience, let your body mature to unleash its full power. You will have enough time to complete any technique you are developing, and you can train your eyes further, Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded. It seemed like a solid plan. For you, Gaara, I can teach you a proper taijutsu style along with elemental affinities and how to properly control Shukaku. The sand, I'll leave it to you since it's your bloodline, Jiraiya explained, and Gaara nodded in appreciation. If you will train for 3 years, then so will I, Hinata said. Yash, Tsunade yelled. When I'm finished with you, you will be giving a run for their money to anyone in the village, Suan said, laughing evilly, making Hinata pale. Medical training was supposed to be indoors and calm, right? I'm definitely asking Anko for the summoning contract, Tamari said, and even Jiraiya paled. He didn't want another pretty thing like Tamari to turn into a Anko. She was one crazy bitch. May Kami have mercy on her husband's soul, Jiraiya thought. Somewhere in the Nara compound a certain pineapple-haired teen sneezed. Troublesome, he said before yawning and going back to sleep. This is all I wanted to say to you, Jiraiya said, and everyone left to their rooms. # middle of night. Senju compound. Naruto and Hinata's room #. It was around midnight in the Senju compound, and everything was quiet since everyone was sleeping. A scream echoed through the whole compound, making Naruto jump from his bed. He looked around with his Sharingan spinning, checking his surroundings for any enemy. Harder. Naruto heard and thought, what exactly was the meaning of that? Faster, he heard and blushed. He now had a pretty good idea of what was going on and who was having fun. Naruto turned around to go to bed when he saw Hinata with her Byakugan active and a small bit of blood on her nose. Naruto waved her hand in front of Hinata, but nothing happened. Is she a pervert? Naruto thought amused. She had burned every Ika she could find. But maybe she was just a closet perv. A fine choice in mate, Kurama said before going back to sleep. Moore, Tsunade yelled once again. This is going to be a long night, Naruto muttered before he pulled the passed out Hinata to the bed and tried to sleep. Shizune's room. Shizune woke up rather harshly, much like Naruto. She jumped off the bed, focusing her eyes on any potential enemies and with Senbon in both hands. When she heard the exact nature of the screams, she proceeded to blush and pull a couple of earplugs so she could sleep peacefully. Gaara's room. Gaara was laying perfectly still in bed. It was kinda disturbing the position in which he was slipping. Gaara was laying on his back with his hands folded over his chest perfectly still. Who dares disturb my sleep? Gaara asked as he opened both his eyes simultaneously but remained in the same position. He heard the noises and simply made a cocoon of sand around him and went back to sleep. Konkuro's room. Konkuro woke up with the screams and immediately proceeded to break up in a fit of giggles, flying into a nearby wall and passing out with a massive nosebleed. He was one of the few who wasn't going to have any troubles sleeping tonight. Temari's room. Temari heard the screams but she didn't wake up. Snakes, Temari muttered in her sleep, shifting her position when she heard the scream and proceeded to sleep it off. Next morning. Kitchen. Shizune, Gaara, Temari, Konkuro, Hinata and Naruto were all gathered in the kitchen. Everyone seemed mostly fine with the exception that Hinata was now supporting a pretty decent blush and Naruto had eyes of someone who didn't sleep. They heard a noise and turned around to see Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching. Tsunade was smiling and had the traditional afterglow of having sex. And if you consider the fact that she didn't have any in almost 20 years, I would be surprised that Jiraiya could even walk at this point. Now we see Jiraiya with the biggest shit-eating grin Naruto had ever seen. Now I understand why he didn't peek in over a week, Naruto thought, looking at Jiraiya who was sitting down at the table. Naruto walked towards him, placing a blank paper in front of him and started drawing kanji. You know what that is? Naruto asked. It's a silence seal, Jiraiya replied, confused, and Naruto smiled. Then learn how to use it, Naruto snapped loud enough for everyone to understand what he meant. Maybe his lack of sleep had affected him a bit. Tsunade was blushing and looking away while drinking her coffee. Konkuro had already passed out again. Temari's was oblivious while Gaara was emotionless. Jiraiya started but Naruto interrupted him. I just want some peace of mind, especially at night, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded weakly. Good, Naruto replied. Now let's talk terms, Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. If you hurt her, I will place on my Tsukuyomi and force you to read the Ika Guy's Flames of Youth limited edition, Naruto said, and Jiraiya paled and quickly nodded. Later that day. Sasuke was sitting high up in a tree in the middle of Konoha. He was contemplating on his choices and all the training he had done went down the drain. He didn't understand why he wasn't strong enough. He trained every day to the brink of exhaustion and yet he was utterly defeated and humiliated by his enemy Kakuzu. And above all, Naruto was able to defeat him. Sasuke didn't understand what made Naruto so special. He even decided to follow Naruto's advice and got closer to his team. Well, as far as he could without breaking up his training schedule or endangering his quest for avenging his fallen clan. Naruto said that true power came from protecting people, and yet Sasuke remained weak, powerless at the face of stronger enemies. Kakuzu said that Itachi belonged to the Akatsuki organization and, if he was a member as well and Naruto defeated him so easily, then Sasuke would stand no chance against his brother. Sasuke would need an ace up his sleeve. What do you want? Sasuke asked as he felt four presences nearby watching him from afar, but not far enough for Sasuke not to notice them. Four figures dropped in front of him, staring at him impassively. I won't ask again, Sasuke said in a dangerous voice with his Sharingan glowing. I don't know what Orochimaru-sama wants with this loser, one of the figures said. He had dark gray hair with long bangs that covered his right eye. He wore a green shade of lipstick, and had dark markings around their eyes giving them an androgynous appearance. He also wore brown tunics with long black skin-tight shorts, and purple ropes tied around their waists. He was Saken, one of the Sound Four, the elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. We aren't here to ask questions, shithead, another replied. She had red hair and wore a black hat with bandaged sides. She wore a tan tunic, much like the other members of Sound 4, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. She was Tayuya, another member of the Sound 4. Let's get this over with, another member said. He was a large and imposing young man, towering over the rest of his teammates. He had orange eyes, and 3 tufts of orange hair on his head, a mohawk of sorts that ran down the middle and 2 similar styled tufts of hair at the side. He wore a sleeveless tunic with the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, along with black arm warmers, a pair of black 3/4 length pants that stopped just below his knees. Along with this, he wore sandals with leg warmers, covered by bandages, a purple robe belt around his waist, and a necklace that comprised of circular pieces, separate long, metallic pieces. He was Jirobo, one of the Sound 4. Orochimaru-sama has a proposal to you, the last member of the Sound 4 said. He was a dark-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair, and black eyes. Uniquely, he also had 6 arms and wore a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over which he wore a tunic that bore the symbol of the Sound 4, and a purple rope belt around his waist. He also wore the forehead protector of his village along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals and bandages around his legs. He was Kidomaru, the last member of his team. He, along with Tayuya, Jirobo and Saken, were the Sound 4, elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. Let's hear it, Sasuke said, not once looking away from the enemy. Sasuke may be a lot of things, but he wasn't a fool. If you come to him, he will give you all the power you will ever need, Tayuya said, and Sasuke stayed silent. Konoha was doing him nothing regarding his vengeance on his brother. In fact, since Naruto public stated he was a Sharingan user, Sasuke's leverage dropped significantly. What makes Orochimaru that powerful? He got his ass handed to him by Naruto and he's 14 like me, Sasuke questioned. It's your choice, Kidomaru started. You can stay here and keep playing ninja with your friends, Kidomaru said, showing one of his hands. Or, Kidomaru said, showing the other hand. You come with us and Orochimaru-sama will give you all the power you will ever need, Kidomaru finished. There is nothing to think about, Sasuke said, getting up and dusting himself off. When do we leave? Sasuke asked, and Tayuya smirked. At least this loser knew what was good for him. Don't you need to take anything? Saken asked, and Sasuke pondered before nodding. Then meets us at the edge of the north gate in 1 hour. Don't be later or we will leave without you, Saken said, and all of the Sound 4 disappeared in a blur, leaving Sasuke to go home and pack. 30 minutes later, middle of Konoha. It was dark in Konoha as the sun was already gone. The only light available was of that provided by the moon or the nearby public lamps. Sasuke was walking calmly and quietly, trying not raise any type of suspicions. He knew that, if Konoha knew he left, they would hunt him down with the threat of the Sharingan ending up in another village. Sasuke looked ahead and saw Sakura looking at him. What are you doing here in the middle of the night, Sakura? Sasuke asked, stopping in front of her. You are leaving the village, aren't you? Sakura asked, but Sasuke didn't answer and just started walking again, passing by her without wasting a glance. Go home, Sakura. Go to sleep, Sasuke said, and kept on walking while Sakura remained there in place. Silent tears started to fall from her face. Is that all you have to say? Sakura asked, shedding silent tears, not once raising her voice. After all the good times we had together as a team. And with me, Sakura said, shaking. You are just going to walk away, Sakura said. I told that you don't understand, Sasuke said, stopping but not turning to face her. You don't know what it's like to lose your whole family and the person responsible being your brother. You don't know the pain I felt. The pain I feel, Sasuke said. I'm an Avenger and I won't stop until I have killed my brother. I can't be delayed by some silly crush, Sasuke said coldly. The only thing I need is power. And I won't get that here, Sasuke explained. So you are just leaving everything behind? Sakura rhetorically asked. We had good times, Sakura started. Flashback. Team 7 with their sensei had just got back from one mission. They were all eating at the barbecue restaurant. Between Kiba's loud and annoying voice and Sakura's giggling, everyone was enjoying themselves, even the brooding Uchiha managed a couple of smirks. End flashback. Flashback. It was another training day for Team 7 with their scarecrow of a sensei. They were all practicing taijutsu katas. Move your right arm slightly apart, Sasuke said towards Sakura, who quickly nodded, blushing. Back in the trees, Kakashi chuckled to himself. His team was doing just fine. End flashback. Flashback. Team 7 had just engaged in a couple of bandits and Sasuke had saved Sakura. The enemy was about to kill her when Sasuke body blocked the strike, taking him the hit in a less critical area. Why? Sakura asked, sobbing. I don't know. My body moved on its own, Sasuke explained, removing the kunai from his shoulder. Thank you, Sakura said and gently kissed his cheek. What was that for? Sasuke yelled, rubbing his cheek. Oh, shut up. You liked it, Sakura chirped while Sasuke scoffed but managed a small smile. Asterisk cough whipped cough, Kiba stated, making Sasuke glare at him. End flashback. Flashback. It was another simple mission that would last a couple of days. It was night and the weather was warm, so everyone in the team decided to sleep out in the open. Sasuke had yet to fall asleep and was watching the starry sky deep in thought. Sasuke was so deep in thought he didn't notice a certain pink-haired girl roll over in her sleep. Sasuke tried to move but found it difficult. He looked down to see Sakura cuddling with him. She had intertwined her legs with his and was sleeping peacefully on his chest. Troublesome, Sasuke muttered to himself while slightly blushing, but did nothing to separate her from him. End flashback. Like I thought, Sasuke started. I am nothing like any of you. I won't stop at nothing in my quest, Sasuke coldly said before disappearing in a blur and reappearing right behind Sakura. Sakura. I'm sorry, Sasuke said as he picked up a kunai and quickly slit her throat. Sakura tried to say something but only a bloodied gurgle was heard. Sakura fell to her knees and dropped to the ground, lifeless. Sasuke was still standing in the same place, frozen. Sasuke felt something watery in his face. He swiped his cheek with his hands and noticed that they were tears. He was crying. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had 2 tomos. A big chunk of chakra was funneled towards his eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning. It quickly became a 3-tomoed Sharingan but continued to spin and started to shift its form. His eyes stopped spinning and the whole pattern was different. His eyes were black in the background with 3 blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that I have eyes like you, Sasuke started, I'll hunt you down. Oni-san, older brother. Sasuke Retrieval Arc. Chapter 34 Sound 4. # middle of fire country ##. The Sound 4 were dashing through the fire country at top speed carrying a very large barrel. Sasuke was trapped inside the barrel as he was advancing his curse seal to the next level. Pushing the curse seal into progressing to level 2 puts a lot of strain into the user's body, so Sasuke was inside the barrel, which slows down the seal progression. By slowing it down, it allows the seal to advance safely. We are being tracked by a team of 5 Konoha shinobi, Kidomaru said as a small spider stood calmly in his hand as if talking to him. Can we outrun them? Jirobo asked. No. We are carrying the barrel and they are gaining on us. I estimate 1 hour until they catch up, Kidomaru explained. Why don't we just stop and kill the bastards? Tayuya yelled, but Kidomaru shook his head. We stand no chance. Among them is Senju Naruto, the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's thunder god, and S-rank shinobi. He's the blonde brat from the invasion, the one who broke into the barrier and crippled Orochimaru-sama. And then there is Hyuga Hinata, the Shi no Megami, death goddess, and A-rank shinobi, Kidomaru stated as they all cursed their luck. They might be strong, but even they weren't a match for Orochimaru, much less one who can go toe-to-toe against him and come out the winner. And to top it all off, there is an elite Junin among them. Just great, Tayuya sarcastically said. How the fuck do you even know all that? Tayuya asked. If you read the bingo book you would know, Kidomaru stated. After all, we placed them there. So what do we now, shithead? Tayuya asked. Language, Tayuya, Sakin said, shaking his head. They are going to catch up to us. We need backup if we are going to complete our mission. I'm sending word to Orochimaru-sama, Kidomaru said and sent one of his spiders who sank underground. In the meantime, set up traps to slow them down, Kidomaru said and they all nodded. If Sasuke would just awake from his coma, they could easily outrun them, but carrying the heavy barrel was slowing them down. Few hours earlier. Konoha 5 a.m. It was a bright new day in Konoha and, be the warm feeling already radiating in the air, it was going to be another beautiful day. The sun was coming up shining upon Konoha, the wind was rustling, birds were chirping, and we already could see a few people walking around the streets. It was the beginning of a fresh new day in the Leaf Village. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, the patrols of Konoha fell to the Anbu jurisdiction. The usual setup for an patrol team was a Inuzuka and Hyuga for tracking, and usually there would be a member from the Nara clan and, to top it all off, a powerhouse in ninjutsu. This setup allowed for the team to track and detect any problems and, if need be, restrain or kill the enemy. Currently we find a fresh new team doing their morning patrol. They were jumping from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a discreet profile. The Inuzuka member signaled their team to stop when he noticed a weird smell. Something wrong, Boar? The snake-masked Anbu asked. I have picked up an odd smell. It smells highly of carbon. The boar-masked Anbu replied, and the snake Anbu made signal for their team to follow the Inuzuka to the location of said smell. In less than a minute the Anbu team reached the origin of the smell. They all jumped down from the roofs and landed on the ground. They followed Boar and they came across a bunch of ashes. The Inuzuka sniffed the ashes and his eyes widened. These are not ordinary ashes. This was someone, Boar said. It's obvious that it was some kind of cover-up. We must report this to the Hokage, Snake said, and they disappeared in a blur, leaving a member to guard the site. Senju compound For the first time since last night the Senju compound was peaceful. Naruto was sleeping next to his princess. Tsunade and Jiraiya were quiet this night, as far as Naruto knew. But like everything else, there is always an end. Naruto. Hinata. A loud and cranky voice echoed through the whole compound. Naruto jolted out of bed with Hinata on tow. He turned to look around, adjusting to the new light, and noticed Tsunade by the door. Get your asses out of bed and meet me at my office in 5 minutes, Tsunade yelled, and Naruto grumbled at Tsunade not getting enough last night. She gave us couple days off and yanks us out of bed at 10 in the morning. Naruto muttered, since he didn't get much sleep the previous night, due to Tsunade's activities. Be nice, Naru-kun. If she called, it must be important, Hinata said, pecking his cheek and going into the bathroom. Naruto just sighed and sent Shadow Clone to prepare them a quick breakfast while they got dressed. Not even 5 minutes later both Naruto and Hinata were ready to leave. Naruto placed an arm around Hinata, pulling her closer, much to her delight, and swirled away toward the Hokage's office. They had been wondering what all the fuss was about, but, if they knew what expected them, they would have stayed in bed. Hokage's office What the hell is that? Kiba blurted out towards the incoming Hokage. Tsunade had activated her space bridge in her office so she could wake up Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade had literally walked through a wall. Just something Naru-chan set up so I didn't have to walk all the way to the Senju compound and back, Tsunade explained and took a seat. Next to her was Hiruzen. In front of her were almost all of the rookies. The Sand siblings were away on a mission, as was Team 9 with Guy, so in front of her were Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Kiba. Both Sakura and Sasuke were nowhere to be found. Naru-chan. Kiba asked, laughing. Where is little Naru-chan? Kiba asked, laughing, while the others snickered. You have a problem with my little Naru-chan? Tsunade asked in a dangerous tone. No o Hokage-sama. Kiba quickly replied, bowing. Around 5 minutes later Naruto and Hinata appeared in a swirl in the middle of the office. Tsunade was already used to it, but the others still found it surprising to see Naruto use this type of techniques. Space-time techniques was a field so unexplored that it was extremely rare to see one, with the exception of the summoning technique, of course. So, Naruto started. What's the all fuss about? Naruto asked to his fellow rookies. We don't know either, Kiba replied. Naru-chan, Kiba said in a mocking voice. Naruto turned to glare at his grandmother, who shrugged him off. Listen up, Tsunade said, gathering the attention of the rookies. Every one of the rookies was summoned except for Sasuke, who wasn't at his compound and couldn't be found. Tsunade started. I have some bad news. Sakura is dead, Tsunade said, and everything went silent. No one of the rookies said anything, as they were just staring at their Hokage and processing what they heard. What? Kiba asked in a weak voice. Apparently Kiba was the first to break from the trance. I'm sorry but it's true. Sakura was murdered last night, Tsunade said, and everyone was shocked that one of his classmates had died. Daten was assassinated in the first place. No. Ino said, sobbing. That can't be true. Who would hurt her? Ino asked, crying, tears flowing from her eyes as she clutched to someone nearby who happened to be Hinata. We don't know. Tsunade started. This might be difficult to hear. But she was found as nothing more than ashes. We compared the remaining DNA material across the hospital database and it came positive to Haruno Sakura. I'm sorry, Tsunade said sadly. Sakura had been working hard at the hospital and she was showing promise as a good medic nin, but it seemed that her life had been cut short. The reactions were varied, but everyone was sad to see a classmate dead. Kiba frowned. Akamaru was whining, but only Ino was openly crying. It wasn't much of shocker. After all, Sakura was Ino's best friend. They had known each other for years and have been best friends and rivals since they were little girls. Who did it? Kiba asked with his anger surfacing. The one that killed Sakura would pay dearly. We don't know, Tsunade said, turning to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. That's why I called you Naruto. Can you turn it back to yesterday and do something about it? Tsunade asked. Sorry, but the max I ever did was 12 seconds. Not even close to half a day, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then there is no choice, Tsunade said, and picked a small vial and threw at Naruto. What is this? Naruto asked while looking carefully at the vial. It was a small blood sample. Is this for? Naruto asked, and Tsunade only nodded. Naruto looked back to his friends and to Ino, who was almost catatonic. Do you think they can handle it? Naruto asked. We have no choice. Do it, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Everyone stand back, Naruto said, and pulled a large scroll before starting to write kanji in it. What are you doing? Kiba asked, confused. What had blood to do with Sakura's murder in the first place? He's going to bring her back temporarily so she can tell us who killed her, Hinata explained, and everyone's jaw dropped while Ino was little bit happy she could say goodbye. Just how powerful are you? Kiba thought, looking at Naruto concentrating on writing the kanji perfectly. Shadow clone jutsu, Naruto said, and formed a single clone who went and got seated in a circle in the middle of the scroll. Naruto dropped a few drops of Sakura's blood to the scroll and started going through hand seals. Tiger right pointing arrow, snake right pointing arrow, dog right pointing arrow, dragon, and clapped his hands. Kuchios. Edo Tensai, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said, and around the clone leaves started to crawl up in his body, engulfing him completely. Slowly Naruto's clone started taking the form of Sakura. Her long pink dress formed, then Naruto's blonde hair turned into pink, his deep blue eyes became green ones. In just a couple of seconds Haruno Sakura was back from the pure world and into this world. Where am I? Sakura groggily asked before she reminded of the events that lead to her death. Sasuke, Sakura yelled, and everyone had their eyes widened. I guess that answered the question, Naruto sadly said. Sakura, Tsunade said, making her focus on her. Tell us what happened. Tsunade and Sakura nodded slowly. Aye, sure, Sakura said and gathered her thoughts. I was walking through the village last night and was already dark, so everything was quiet. I was going home when Sasuke and I crossed paths. He had a backpack on his back and he was going towards the gates. He was leaving the village, Sakura said, and everyone was surprised minus Naruto, who had always thought that it would end up with that. I tried to convince him to stay but he didn't listen, Sakura replied, sobbing. He suddenly appeared behind me and slit my throat, Sakura explained, and they all gasped at the brutality. I don't know why he did it. We were starting to get close, Sakura explained, and Ino quickly ran towards her and hugged her. It would be the last time they would all be together. Could it be? Naruto thought before he turned to Kiba. Kiba, were Sasuke and Sakura close? Naruto asked. What has that got to do with this? Kiba asked, confused. Answer the damn question, Naruto demanded, and Kiba quickly nodded. I noticed a few things. Kiba started. He would help her with her training. He answered some questions instead of replying. And a couple other small things, Kiba explained, and Naruto frowned. Shit, Naruto said, rubbing his temples. I told you that this would happen, Naruto said, turning to the Sandaime, who sighed. Why you know why he did it? Sakura asked and Naruto nodded. He killed you so he could advance his eyes to the next level, Naruto explained but got confused faces from almost everyone. What you know about the Sharingan is very scarce. You all think that the last level is the 3-tomoed one, but that's a lie. Naruto started. There is another level above the normal Sharingan. It's called Mangekyo Sharingan and it provides the user with fearsome abilities both in Genjutsu and Ninjutsu. Look at mine, Naruto said and showed everyone his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They were dumbfounded. They never knew that there was another stage to the Sharingan. Now to simplify things, picture it this away. There are two sides to the Uchiha clan. From the Uchiha's main line, like me, this level is achieved by hard work, training or life and death situations. However, for the branch line of the Uchihas, like Sasuke, they have to kill someone they care about to unlock it, Naruto explained and once again everyone was shell-shocked. Sasuke needed to kill someone close to his heart to achieve the next level. When they feel the pain and regret of killing that special someone, it triggers a reaction that unlocks their eyes, Naruto explained and everyone frowned, but not like the old Hokage. Naruto had warned him that something like this could happen and happen it did. Sasuke killed me just for his eyes, Sakura said sobbing. She loved that bastard. They were getting closer, but perhaps all that was just a rouse so Sasuke could unlock his eyes. He did care for you, Sakura, Naruto said looking at her with compassion, otherwise it wouldn't work for him, Naruto explained and Sakura nodded. What now? Naruto asked turning to Tsunade. We hunt his ass down and kill him in the spot, Kiba barked out and everyone seemed to be agreement. Sakura, Tsunade said gathering her attention, what time was it when it happened? Tsunade asked trying to ascertain the distance at which he could be by now. It was around 11, Sakura replied. She had calmed down but still couldn't believe that Sasuke would just kill her for power. I guess she was naive about him and his lust for power. But I don't understand why he would leave the village. Sakura said. Power? Naruto simply said but decided to explain it further. You know that his older brother Uchiha Itachi killed his clan a couple of years ago, right? Naruto asked and they all nodded. He wants power so he can avenge his family by killing his brother. He has grown up with this fixation and it's the very reason of his being, it's the reason why he breathes. Killing his brother has become his life goal and he must have felt too weak here, Naruto explained. During the second stage of the Chunin's exams, Orochimaru the Snake Sannin came into contact with him and offered him power. If he felt that Konoha was hindering his growth he would jump at the chance of power without question, Naruto concluded and Sakura frowned. I'm issuing all of you minus Ino an S-rank mission, Tsunade said in a strong voice rising from her chair. You are to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke so he can face trial. If the retrieval proves impossible you are to execute him at the spot. Bring his head and destroy his body, Tsunade ordered and everyone nodded. That bastard would pay for killing one of their classmates in cold blood. He seems to around 20 miles to the north, Naruto said as he had one hand in the tiger seal. How do you know that? Tsunade asked surprised. You weren't Hokage yet but during the second phase of the Chunin's exams Orochimaru branded Sasuke with a cursed seal. I eventually placed a restraining seal on it but, along with it, I added the Shiki seal for my Hiruzen just in case, Naruto explained and Hiruzen was surprised that Naruto would thought of doing that. Then just go get him and we will wait right here, Tsunade said but Naruto shook his head. Something is interfering with his cursed seal. I can barely feel my marker and it's becoming weaker and weaker by the second. At this point I can't jump to him, Naruto explained frowned but Tsunade nodded anyways. Can't you use your Sharingan space-time technique? Tsunade asked but Naruto sadly nodded. For me to travel using my Kamui I need to warp into my dimension. The problem is that, once I'm there, I can't feel my marker so I don't know where to exit, Naruto explained and Tsunade frowned. It's better than nothing. Naruto, you are in charge, you got his position, get going, Tsunade ordered and they all nodded. Gear up and meet at the north gate in 1 hour, Naruto ordered. Sakura, Naruto said turning to her, you are here temporarily until my clones lasts. However I can't guarantee that I can hold it in battle. Use the time you have to say goodbye, Naruto sadly said. Thank you Naruto, Sakura said and hugged everyone goodbye as they all left to hunt the traitor. Konoha North Gates 1 hour later. 1 hour later everyone was gathered at the gate so they could hunt down their traitoress of a classmate. Their mission was simple. Retrieve Uchiha Sasuke for trial or kill him and dispose of the bodies so that other villages couldn't learn the secrets of the Uchiha. Not that with only a couple of them alive would do them any good. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Akamichi Choji, Nara Shimakuru, Inazuka Kiba were the members chosen to this mission. All of them were at the gate ready to leave, all battle ready. Naruto-san. Someone slowly said, and Naruto turned back to see Haruno Mebuki, Sakura's mother. I know that I'm in no position to ask this, not after everything I did, but. Can you please bring that bastard back so he can pay for what he did to my daughter? Mebuki asked. Kinda ironic Sakura's mother asking this. I already told everyone that I hold no grudge against any of you. Naruto started. I promise that I will do my best to retrieve him so he can face trial and pay for what he did, Naruto said, and Mebuki thanked him. We have an Uchiha to hunt. Move out, Naruto said, and everyone in his team dashed out of the gates. Middle of fire country. Naruto and his team were running at full speed towards Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason Sasuke seemed to be still, as if he wasn't moving at all. Naruto didn't know why he would do such a risky move while still inside the fire country, but he didn't judge. It was better for them if Sasuke stopped, it gave them time to catch up. Kiba, do you have Sasuke's scent? Naruto asked, and Kiba nodded. Good. My marker has gone dark, it's up to you now, Naruto said, and he nodded, taking point. However, I smell 4's other scents in the same direction as Sasuke, Kiba explained, and Naruto brought a hand to his chin. It's possible that Sasuke had help, Naruto stated. What does it smell like? Naruto asked, and Kiba sniffed the air. Snakes, Kiba said. Looks like Orochimaru sent help, Naruto reasoned. We are closing in at his position, Kiba stated, and Naruto took point. All right team, Naruto said as they all stopped. We will be approaching them stealthy. We don't know what kind of backup Orochimaru sent, so let's be careful. I'll leave a few shadow clone behind in case we are ambushed. Hinata, use your Byakugan to search for traps, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. They all walked very stealthily towards the origin of Sasuke's smell. Hinata had already spotted a couple of traps and they were able to easily disable them. They arrived near the position and Hinata looked around, spotting them. The Sound 4 was resting in a nearby clearing with a large barrel. They bear the musical note as the headband symbol, so they must belong to Otogakure, Hinata said. Makes sense. It appears that Orochimaru sent help to retrieve him, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan to have a better look at them. They were a bit far away, but using his Sharingan he easily identified them. They are the Sound 4, Naruto said, but got confused faces from his team. They are Orochimaru's elite bodyguards and they are the ones who set the barrier during the invasion, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. If they are elite, do you think we can take them all on? Kiba asked, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. I felt their chakra. They are ordinary Chunin. They are no match against me or Hinata, Naruto explained. Get in position, Naruto ordered, and they all nodded. Naruto swirled away and appeared a few meters on top of them. He was standing in a tree overlooking them. The rest of his team all took positions flanking the Sound 4s from all positions. The last one to get in position was Choji, who was silently asking to his position. Crunch. Choji inadvertently stepped on a small twig and, being Choji rather on the heavy side, the twig snapped loud enough to even Naruto to hear. There goes our stealthy approach, Naruto muttered under his breath as the Sound 4 instantly jumped into action at the noise, taking defensive actions. Kuranasu, Naruto said, and everything turned back to the point Choji had yet to step on the twig. Naruto quickly flashed near Choji, as he had tagged every member of his team before the fight. Naruto pointed to the twig on the ground and Choji rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Naruto swirled away to his previous location and they all waited for the go-ahead of Naruto. Naruto made a hand movement and hundreds of shurikens rained on the Sound 4, coming for all sides including above, leaving them no chance for evasion. Doden. Doryuaheki, Earth Wall, a voice cried out of the Sound 4. An earth dome rose from the ground and shielded everyone inside, making the shurikens useless. We knew you were coming a while ago, Kitamaru said, and the earth dome crumbled into the ground to show the Sound Four with smirks on their faces. Naruto's team all regrouped since their attack failed, and Naruto dropped from the tree and landed in between his team facing the Sound Four. Hinata. Naruto started. As Sasuke in the barrel? Naruto asked, as he didn't see Sasuke anywhere, but Kiba said he was around, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Yes, Hinata said, analyzing the barrel with her Byakugan, although something is happening to him. It looks like the cursed seal is covering his whole body and his heart rate is very low. It seems like he's in some kind of induced coma, but his chakra network is extremely active, Hinata explained. That's why my marker failed. They did something to the cursed seal, Naruto concluded in thought, as it was the most logical outcome. Our mission is the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke for murder of a Konoha shinobi. If you stand aside, we will allow you to leave unharmed, Naruto said stoically with his Sharingan blazing and glowing. You say that after you attacked us. You aren't leaving this place alive, besides Orochimaru-sama would kill us if we didn't deliver his vessel, Kitamaru said. Vessel? Naruto asked, confused. Orochimaru-sama switches his mind from body to body anytime he pleases. By doing so he remains alive. Orochimaru-sama is an immortal, Kitamaru explained and smirked at the disgusted faces of Konoha shinobi. So that's why he wants Sasuke. He wants the Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself before looking directly at the supposed leader of the group. What is your choice then? Naruto asked, but his smirk told him everything. It looked like they weren't going to get Sasuke back without a fight. Gunbai fanned wind, Naruto said as his chakra spiked. He placed his right hand on his fan's handle and, with a mighty swing, he unleashed a very powerful gust of wind. Everything in front of him was blasted away, trees were ripped out from the ground and the Sound Four were blasted away. Everything in front of Naruto, in the shape of a cone, was decimated. He's pissed, Hinata thought looking at Naruto. He never did really channel so much chakra into his attacks because they tend to be very destructive. Damon, Kiba said, whistling at the destruction in front of him. Incoming, Hinata said, and everyone took defensive stances. Against them were coming strange golden projectiles. Hinata jumped in front of her team and performed a Kaden, destroying all projectiles. Suddenly they all felt themselves unable to move. A small tune echoed through the clearing. It was a beautiful tune. Naruto and Hinata easily saw the chakra being transmitted through the sound waves, meaning it was a genjutsu. They easily broke it themselves and freed their teammates. They looked around and all of the Sound Four dropped in front of them. Naruto channeled chakra to his storage seal and out came his Chakudo. He immediately channeled through it and the sword started sparkling with a light blue aura. Naruto dashed towards the Sound Four alone. Naruto arrived near them and began his onslaught of the Sound Shinobi. He sidestepped a punch from Sasuke and used the opportunity to duck and sweep the legs of Tayuya. Tayuya jumped to avoid the leg sweep but was unable to block his kick that came from nowhere. Tayuya placed her arms to block but was thrown backwards nonetheless. Naruto quickly rose up and performed an horizontal swing with his sword. Sasuke tilted his head to the side and the sword grazed his air, leaving a few strings floating in the air. Naruto jumped up just a kick from Jirobo was about to connect to his body. Naruto placed a hand on his knee for leverage and twisted mid-air, bringing his sword against Kitamaru and quickly chopped one of his arms off. Kitamaru grunted in pain and jumped back to heal himself while Sasuke and Jirobo distracted him, with Tayuya giving her support to her team. Kitamaru only had time to form a small plate of his golden material as a Juken strike connected with his chest. He coughed and jumped away again. Hinata looked at him curiously with her Byakugan and noticed small barriers that formed just above his skin. The skin was thick enough that her chakra-laced attack didn't penetrate deep enough to kill him. Why is it that every enemy that I fight has a way to render my Juken useless? Hinata thought as he remembered her fight with Yugito back at the Chunon's exams and now this one. Back to Naruto, he was kicking the crap of the Sound Four. Tayuya's genjutsu was useless against him. Jirobo's was simply too slow to even come close to hit him, and Sasuke just didn't have the necessary skills to face him in a taijutsu brawl. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid a club that came from a doki controlled by Tayuya. Naruto was mid-air when his Sharingan spotted some chakra molding to his right side. He sent a golden chain to the ground and so he could maneuver himself while mid-air. He touched the ground to see multiple spider webs coming towards him. He raised an eyebrow towards Kitamaru, who was spitting out silk. Naruto brought his sword and simply cleaved the web in two, making it fall to the ground. Oddly enough, Naruto was being overrun as he simply couldn't move himself fast enough to cleave all the webs coming towards him. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said and sent a torrent of fire towards Kitamaru. The fire obliterated any incoming web and crashed into Kitamaru, making him jump away if he didn't want to become extra crispy. Gatsuga, Fang over Fang, Nikuden Sensha, Human Bullet Tank, Kiba and Choji both yelled as them and Kiba's partner, Akamaru, started spinning and going towards one of Tayuya's doki. Their attack connected and completely destroyed it, leaving nothing but chunks on the ground. Tayuya cursed her luck and began to focus again. Naruto was engaging Saken and Uken in combat. He was about to cleave Saken's head off when another arm came out from his body and blocked it. After it, the whole arm became a body and stepped out from Saken's original body as if he had duplicated. Naruto had to jump away if he didn't want to get crushed by another swing from the dokus. Time to get rid of these annoying doki, Naruto thought to himself as he channeled chakra into his eyes. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the remaining two dokus erupted in black flames. They squirmed around the field, smashing and destroying things randomly until they were nothing more than ashes on the ground. We need level 2 now, Tayuya yelled to her teammates as black markings started spreading themselves around each one of the Sound 4. The black markings easily covered the whole body, changing their color skin to an unnatural brown. Tayuya gained horns and Kitamaru gained an extra eye in the middle of his forehead. What is this? Naruto wondered in thought. Naruto had clearly seen the black marks spreading through their bodies, meaning it was the curse seal, but this version seemed far more powerful than the one he knew. Is it another version? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto dodged a punch from Jirobo, who crashed into the ground and made a pretty decent crater. It's like Ba-chan's punches. Naruto shivered at the thought of getting hit by one of those. Naruto looked to his right and noticed that Kitamaru had some type of golden arrow pointed directly at him and getting ready to fire it. Kitamaru fired the arrow and it was coming in hot to Naruto. Naruto blurred from his position and arrived near Jirobo. Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his knee and delivered it to Jirobo's gut. Jirobo buckled in pain and let out a gasp. Naruto picked up Jirobo and threw him towards the incoming arrow. Jirobo couldn't dodge mid-air and, as such, got pierced through his right shoulder, making his right arm useless. Jirobo fell to the ground, spitting out blood and with labored breaths. Shit, Kitamaru thought to himself as he had missed his target and ended up hitting a teammate. Uken appeared next to Naruto and tried to merge with him, only to phase right through him. The moment Uken had phased through him, Naruto quickly turned around and blocked Uken's elbow with both arms. Naruto extended Uken's arm and easily broke it at his elbow junction. Uken screamed in pain but was quickly muffled as he was absorbed into Naruto's dimension, leaving a panicking Saken behind. This is not going well, Tayuya thought to herself as he took notice to her teammate's status. Kitamaru had a missing arm, Jirobo had his right arm disabled and was bleeding from his right shoulder, Saken just lost his counterpart and herself had lost her dokus. She decided to help her teammates and rushed Naruto to engage him in a taijutsu battle. In level 2 her speed and strength was greatly increased. Naruto turned around to see Tayuya running towards him and smirked. He activated his Kamui and sank underground, leaving Tayuya furiously looking for him. Come out, you bastard, Tayuya yelled. Naruto suddenly emerged right in front of her and gave her an uppercut. Tayuya was thrown upwards and Naruto delivered a kick to her stomach, sending her flying. Not having enough, Naruto summoned one of his chains and attached it to Tayuya's ankle. He spun around and threw Tayuya into Saken, who didn't see her coming. Die, Kitamaru said as he fired another golden arrow. Naruto smirked as he used his Kamui and placed Uken right in front of the arrow, trapping him in a chokehold. The arrow pierced Uken's heart cleanly and phased through Naruto, leaving Uken's body without even slowing down. Uken fell to the ground dead and was easily burned into ashes as Naruto used a fire attack to light him up. No, Saken yelled as he watched his counterpart being killed. What are you doing, Kitamaru? Saken yelled at his partner as he had just killed a piece of him. The bastard has more tricks than I know, Kitamaru replied, but that was the wrong move. Naruto took advantage at his distraction and blurred his way towards him and locked eyes with him. Kitamaru let out a small gasp as he looked into the Sharingan. A small shadow crept behind him and trapped him at the spot. Not even 1 second later, Hinata appeared next to him and, using her daggers with wind chakra, she cleaved Kitamaru's head clean off. His head rolled into the ground as the curse mark retracted and his skin regained the normal color. Shit. They got Kitamaru, Tayuya cursed as she watched the leader of the Sound 4 die. These odds weren't looking good and only 2 of the Konoha shinobi were actively battling them. Even if they were in level 2 they stood no chance against Naruto and Hinata. Sweden. Sushoha, exploding water wave, Hinata said and pumped her lungs full of chakra. Raiden. Raryuden, lightning dragon, Naruto said and sent his own lightning dragon crashing into Hinata's water attack. Naruto's lightning spread across the ocean that Hinata created and washed up against the remaining of the Sound 4 who were too weak to even dodge. They all washed up in a nearby tree twitching and spasming on the ground. They are finished, Naruto said as he looked towards the remaining of Sound 4 who were barely conscious at that point. Get Sasuke out of the barrel and let's take him back home, Naruto ordered as he made his way towards the Sound 4 to kill them. Kukukuku. Splendid. A new voice echoed through the clearing. Everyone jumped at the sudden voice and regrouped. How nice of you to join us, Orochi Tem, Naruto sarcastically said as they all took defensive stances in front of the barrel that contained Sasuke. How dare you speak to Orochimaru-sama with such language, another person that was close to Orochimaru yelled. That someone pointed his finger at Naruto and fired something from them. Naruto easily tracked them with his Sharingan and dodged all of them, catching one with his fingers. Did he just throw a bone at me? Naruto asked to Hinata who nodded. Do I look like a dog? Naruto asked him and threw the bones at Akamaru who proceeded to eat them, making Kimamaru's eye twitch. Naruto looked at the person that attacked him and he had pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He wore a specialized version of the traditional Odo Nin ensemble, consisting of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, traditional shinobi sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. He also wore 2 red, tube-like hair ornaments, one on either side of his head, securing 2 locks of his silvery white hair. He did not wear a sound headband, despite his extreme loyalty to Orochimaru. His cursed seal of earth is applied at the base of his throat, where it is a circular pattern of 3 curved lines. It looks like he fired his fingertips but he already has more ready. He seems to be able to control his bones, Hinata explained and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bones. Naruto pondered until it clicked. You are a Kage, aren't you? Naruto asked and the man simply nodded. I thought you were all killed when you guys attacked Kiri a few years ago, Naruto stated. I'm Kage Kimamaru, the last of the Kage clan, faithful servant of Orochimaru-sama, Kimamaru stoically said. Bright as always Naruto-kun, Naruto heard someone say and turned to see a figure approaching behind Orochimaru. Kabuto. Naruto asked shocked to see Kabuto standing there and he clearly killed him. Naruto looked closely at him until he noticed that his eyes were black and his skin had cracks. You're an Edo Tensei, Naruto stated and Kabuto chuckled. I'm too valuable to simply be discarded by Orochimaru-sama. Although you forced Orochimaru-sama to take an early vessel, Kabuto stated pushing his glasses up. So you came for your next vessel? Naruto asked looking at the barrel that contained Sasuke. It's unfortunate that I can't have you, so I'll just take the backup, Orochimaru said chuckling. You think we will just let you take him away? Naruto asked smirking. This doesn't look good. A battle between me and Orochimaru will be very destructive and I can't protect those 3 while I'm fighting. Even more with that Kimamaru and Kabuto in the mix, Naruto thought considering what to do. I can do hand seals now Naruto-kun. And I'll be taking Sasuke-kun with me either you let it or not, Orochimaru said licking his lips. Kabuto. Orochimaru said towards his servant, heal the rest of the Sound 4 to your best extent, Orochimaru ordered and Kabuto complied. Kabuto went towards Tayuya and healed a few scratches and broken bones. He gave a couple of food and blood replenishing pills to Jirobo and did the same to Saken. What are we going to do? Hiba asked gulping. He didn't like being against one of the Sannin. This is the golden opportunity to end the snake for good. Let's start by taking out the Sound 4, Naruto thought to himself as he readied himself to use his Hiroshin. He had already marked every single one of the Sound 4 during his battle against them. Kamui, Naruto whispered and tried to absorb Kabuto into his dimension, but it was too slow and Kabuto immediately jumped away to gain distance from his current location. Too slow, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said, smirking and pushing his glasses up, but was confused when he saw Naruto smirk as well. Who said you were the target? Naruto rhetorically asked as his sword sparkled and he disappeared in a yellow flash. Everyone just had time to blink as Naruto only seemed to shimmer from his location. Everyone raised an eyebrow in confusion until they heard several thumps sounds. They looked around to the remaining members of the Sound 4 without their heads. I like these odds more, Naruto said, smirking, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He had just lost 4 of his most powerful men and Naruto had killed the last 3 in the blink of an eye. This brat is dangerous, Kimimaro thought as he looked at Naruto very carefully. What the hell? Hiba yelled as he saw the heads of the Sound 4 plop to the ground. He didn't even see Naruto move from his position. Hiba, Choji, Shikamaru, you guys take on Kabuto. Be careful that he's an Edo Tensei. His body is immortal and his chakra is limitless. You need to restraining or cripple him and then apply this tag to his body, Naruto explained and handed them the tag. Once you place the tag on his body, his soul will be released. He's strong as Kakashi-sensei, so be very careful, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Hinata, you take on Kimimaro. You both should be around the same level in taijutsu. His bloodline allows him free control over every bone, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'll take on Orochimaru, Naruto said, looking at the smirking snake. You sure you can handle him? Shikamaru asked. He's one of the Sannin. Don't worry. I already fought against him twice and nearly killed him the last time, Naruto said as if reminiscing his memories. Let's see if you can take me on alone now, Orochimaru said and started releasing his chakra. Choji, Hiba and Shikamaru cringed at the feeling they got. They felt as nothing more than ants at the face of such an adversary. However, their jaws dropped when Naruto unleashed his own chakra that seemed to match and even surpass Orochimaru. The ground around them started cracking from the pressure. A cloud of dust was starting to form around their feet due to the chakra output. Naruto's hair flapped wildly as his chakra seemed endless and extremely powerful. They both disappeared in a blur and a loud shockwave echoed through the clearing, meaning that those two had began their battle. Let's go, Hinata said, and everyone took their positions. Hinata versus Kimimaro. Hinata and Kimimaro both took their positions and respective stances in front of each other. Kimimaro seemed to be relaxed and more than confident in his abilities. Don't get me wrong, he didn't have the air of arrogance around him, but anyone could see that he was confident in his abilities. Hinata had Hei Byakugan activate and was studying her enemy to her best extent. Her Byakugan would come particularly helpful against him as she could see the bones coming out of his body before they had even left it. Although something seemed wrong with his body, Kimimaro's system seemed to be on overdrive and his metabolism seemed to be higher than average. They both blurred through each other and engaged in a heated battle of taijutsu. Neither one of them was gaining advantage over the other. Kimimaro was physically stronger, but Hinata was faster and more flexible. Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, Kimimaro said, and Hinata watched as a bone started protruding from his left shoulder. It was a small bit at first, but then it became more and more visible as it came out. Kimimaro placed his right hand on it and pulled the rest of bone out. It was a short, bone-hilted bone sword. When then suddenly dashed towards Hinata at great speed and performed a series of fast stabbings trying to confuse Hinata as some attacks mirrored after images. However, that wasn't a problem for Hinata's Byakugan. Even thought it seemed after images to regular eyes, Hinata's Byakugan could easily track all of them and she proceeded to dodge every single strike Kimimaro performed. It was like she was dancing. If Kimimaro stabbed in front, she sidestepped it to the left. Kimimaro would readjust the trajectory, but Hinata would simply dodge again. Having enough of just dodging, Hinata waited for another stab that was a bit to her right. The moment it came, she sidestepped it and swatted his arm away. Taking advantage of Kimimaro's error, she recoiled her right arm and said, Hake Kusho, air palm. Kimimaro was hit square on, at point blank, by an air palm right in his chest. Kimimaro was thrown backwards and crashed into the ground but was unharmed. Teshi Senden, 10-finger drilling bullets, Kimimaro said as he got back up. He pointed his fingers at Hinata and fired his fingertips at her with great speed. Hinata could easily track them with her Byakugan and simply dodged them. Sweden. Ms. Oripa, wild water wave, Hinata said and unlashed a stream of water from her mouth. The water was sent towards Kimimaro and jumped away to avoid it. He looked around for Hinata only for her to appear behind him. Hake Rokujuyansho, 64 palms of the hand, Hinata said and began her attacks by closing the major chakra points. In the middle of her attack she was forced to jump back when bones popped out of his chest, giving her no choice but to make some distance. This is why I say that Juken is almost useless, Hinata thought, sighing. Kimimaro had created bone plates beneath his skin that were thick enough for her Juken strikes to be rendered useless. Her flowing fist was useless against Kimimaro and, as such, she would need to come with another plan. She would have to resort to her poisons and ninjutsu and attack at his most vulnerable point, his neck. Kimimaro rushed Hinata as he had the advantage in a taijutsu fight. Yanagi no Mai, dance of the willow, Kimimaro said, and several bone blades started growing from several points of his body. His palms, his knees, elbows and shoulders now had long bones protruding from them. Hinata quickly took out her daggers and, channeling wind chakra through them, engaged Kimimaro in a deadly dance of weapons to see who would come out the winner. Hinata was surprised when she saw that the bones were holding against her daggers. It appeared as they weren't normal bones, as they seemed far stronger than normal ones. She took a closer look and noticed that Kimimaro was even running chakra through them. Kimimaro was so busy fighting Hinata that he didn't see another one approach from behind. Sweden. Suoro no Jutsu, water prison, Hinata's clone said, and using the water from the previous attack she trapped Kimimaro inside a water prison. Knowing it would be too dangerous to even approach him, she decided to let him drown. This isn't going to stop me, Kimimaro said, and a very long bone shot from his hand. The bone completely pierced through the water prison and Hinata's clone, making it disperse in water and letting Kimimaro out of his prison. The original Hinata jumped back to gain some distance when she saw her clone be destroyed. Mizu no Muchi, water whip, Hinata said, and several whips of water started forming and trapped Kimimaro by his hands and ankles. Hinata blurred towards him and, channeling chakra to her hand, she slammed her hand into Kimimaro's chest. To her surprise, instead of hitting his skin and killing him, her hand was stopped by several bones that popped out of his chest, rendering her attack useless. Hinata jumped back and pouted. She couldn't get any attack in. It was obvious that his bloodline was far more suited for taijutsu than her was. However, she wouldn't give up just because her opponent was tough. Sensatsu Susho, 1,000 needles of death, Hinata said, and hundreds of water needles formed around her and shot towards Kimimaro, who remained in place. The water needles collided with Kimimaro, but they simply bounced back and fall to the ground. Those bones, Hinata thought, shaking her head. Kimimaro had created once again a layer of bone to block all of the needles. Hinata knew that to even poison him with her senbons, she would have to catch him by surprise. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, water dragon, Hinata said, and a huge dragon formed from the water in the ground and growled his way towards Kimimaro. That's a bit too much to simply stand by, Kimimaro thought as he began running to avoid the dragon that eventually crashed into the ground and dispelled into water. Hinata reappeared next to him and engaged him in taijutsu. However, this time, Kimimaro found himself completely in defense due to Hinata's fierce attacks. Kimimaro was parrying Hinata's daggers as best as he could, but he didn't understand why his adversary had suddenly got a power spike. He was busy thinking that he didn't notice one clone of Hinata appear behind him from all the water in the ground. Kimimaro suddenly felt a presence behind him and pushed bones from his back out. The bones immediately hit the clone and it was destroyed. Kimimaro suddenly felt himself snared to the ground by water whips. He didn't notice the presence of a second clone. Here, Hinata thought as she pushed herself as fast as she could and slashed towards Kimimaro's throat with her wind-enhanced daggers. Kimimaro saw this and he didn't have much choice. He pushed all of his bones out and destroyed the water whips and grazed Hinata in her shoulder. Kimimaro jumped back when he noticed a few drops of blood falling into the ground. He placed his hand on his neck and felt a small bit of pain. Hinata had managed to cut him, Deep enough to draw blood. Now we wait. Hinata thought as she had successfully inject her poison into him. The cut might not be deep enough, but the poison would eventually spread and she just had to wait. Kimimaro was starting to feel weak, his vision was starting to fade into nothing more than blurs. It was then that he understood that he had been poisoned. Kimimaro looked towards Kabuto, who was busy fighting those 3 genin, and he knew that he didn't have time to try and heal him. Kimimaro had no other choice but to go into level 2. Kimimaro channeled chakra to his earth-cursed seal located in the middle of his chest. Black markings started spreading through his body until he was totally covered. He now had dark gray skin, 6 large bone spines protruding out of his back, and a long bone-spiked tail. Hinata could already tell that his strength had increased by quite a bit, and if he used it now, then it must have been to neutralize her poison. Hinata saw Kimimaro suddenly start running towards her. For lack of a better word, Kimimaro looked like a dinosaur rampaging towards her. Hinata braced herself, and the moment Kimimaro arrived near her, she sidestepped him and grabbed one of his bones from his back. She jumped on his back. Her chakra flared and her daggers glowed blue as she was ready to kill him for good. Kimimaro spiked his chakra and another bone popped from his back. Hinata just had enough to tilt her head to the side, but she still got scratched in her cheek, drawing blood. Hinata jumped away to gain some distance when she saw Kimimaro crouch. Tessenka no Mai. Suru dance of the clematis. Vine, Kimimaro said, and a small bone started growing out from the back of his head, at the top of his spine. Kimimaro grabbed it and pulled it out. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw exactly he had pulled. Kimimaro had pulled of his own spine and had it now pointed at her like some spear. Kimimaro flexed the spear and she expanded, going fast towards Hinata. Mizu no Tate, water shield, Hinata said, and the water rose around her, making a small shield around her chest. Hinata used the jutsu fast enough as Kimimaro's spine suddenly wrapped itself around her, pinning her to the spot. Tessenka no Mai. Hana, dance of the clematis. Flower, Kimimaro said, and bone started emerging and wrapping itself around Kimimaro's left arm. Kimimaro channeled extreme amounts of chakra to create the thickest bone he could. The bone itself seemed like a drill and completely covered Kimimaro's left arm. Kimimaro yelled as he thrusted his left arm towards the immobile Hinata. Kaden, Hinata said, and using the water shield around her as oil in a motor, she started spinning. A blue chakra dome appeared around her. Kimimaro's strongest attack connected, but her shield didn't waver, and slowly, but surely, Hinata's Kaden started eating away his bone due to the spinning effect. A few seconds later, Kimimaro's bone was nothing more than dust on the ground. They were about to jump at each other again when they heard a small explosion followed by a small cloud of smoke. Uchiha Sasuke had awakened from his coma and his appearance had completely changed. Shika, Kiba and Choji vs. Kabuto #. Oh my. 3 babies against me, Kabuto said, chuckling and pushing his glasses upwards. If I remember correctly, it was a baby named Naruto that killed you, Shikamaru said, yawning at the face of such troublesome opponent. Don't even mix him with you. Neither of you hold a candle to what Naruto-kun can do. Only Orochimaru-sama can match Naruto-kun's power. That's the reason we came to retrieve Sasuke personally, as Kidomaru had informed us of what they were up against, Kabuto explained as his hands started glowing and buzzing like chainsaws. Let's go, Kiba said as Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands on the rat seal, making his shadow shimmer. Suga, Kiba said, and started spinning and going towards Kabuto, who smirked. Kabuto simply sidestepped the attack, making Kiba simply pass by him. The moment that Kiba passed by him, Kabuto recoiled and kicked Kiba hard in the back. Kiba lost control of his attack and slammed into a tree, slightly dazed. Don't attack blindly, Shikamaru yelled. Don't you remember what Naruto said? He's strong as Kakashi, making him an elite Junin, Shikamaru stated. Kajimane no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru said, and his shadow blurred his towards Kabuto. Kabuto had just kicked Kiba into the ground and didn't notice the shadow. Kabuto got caught and was frozen in spot. Nikuden Sensha, human bullet tank, Choji said, and began spinning towards Kabuto. Choji rolled, picking up speed, and crashed into Kabuto, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. They were running towards him to place the tag and end the battle when Kabuto poofed in smoke to reveal a small wooden log. Kabuto popped out of the ground, just behind Shikamaru, and grabbed him by the ankles. Using his chakra scalpel he managed to cut Shikamaru's tendons on both his feet, thus disabling his movement. Shikamaru groaned and fell to his knees, clutching his feet, who were now temporarily disabled. This is bad, Shikamaru thought. Shikamaru was now a sitting target as he couldn't move properly. The only thing he could right now was giving support to both Kiba and Choji with his shadow. Anything else other than that he was unable to do. Choji, Kiba, Shikamaru called and they approached him so he could explain his plan. They all took their positions and Kiba started running towards Kabuto, and while Shikamaru did what he did best. He sat down and began to use his shadow to provide some help to Kiba by distraction Kabuto. Sanejishu, hidden snake hands, Kabuto said and flexed his right arm forward. 4 snakes suddenly jumped from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Kiba. Kabuto spun and threw Kiba into a tree, making him cough a bit of blood and fall to the ground. Akamaru quickly ran to the side of his partner. Too slow, Kabuto, and jumped away from the shadow that was creeping out behind him. Kabuto jumped several times as the shadow didn't seem to stop chasing him. Kabuto quickly threw a couple shurikens and kunais and threw them at Shikamaru, who had to roll to avoid them since he couldn't move properly. Now, Shikamaru yelled. Baika no Jutsu, expansion jutsu, Choji said and jumped from the top of the trees over the field. His body expanded into a very large spherical form covering most of the field in shadows. Shikamaru took the opportunity and used his shadow that quickly connect to Kabuto since almost all of the field was covered in shadows due to Choji blocking the sun. Gatsuga, Kiba yelled as both he and his partner started spinning like a drill and crashed into Kabuto. Kiba and Akamaru completely wrecked Kabuto's shoulder and he was sent crashing into the ground and had already started reforming. Place to tag quickly, Shikamaru said, and Choji ran as fast as he could towards Kabuto. Choji arrived near him and was about to place the tag when Kabuto got up and punched him in the stomach, making him buckle and kicked him away. My. You almost got me, Kabuto said, chuckling as his shoulder had completely reformed as if nothing had ever happened. Feels like new, Kabuto said, flexing his arm. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke has woken. Naruto vs. Orochimaru. Naruto and Orochimaru were having a fierce battle in taijutsu. Orochimaru's speed was nothing compared to Naruto's, and with his Sharingan Orochimaru couldn't hit Naruto. On the other hand, Orochimaru could bend his body at unnatural angles which enabled him to dodge Naruto's attacks. During the whole battle some hits got in but nothing major in either of them. Sanejishu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, flexing his right arm forward. Snakes came out from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Naruto only for him to disperse in a cloud of smoke. Reikiri, Naruto said as he appeared right behind Orochimaru with his hand coated in lightning. Naruto pierced through Orochimaru's chest, destroying his heart. Orochimaru started melting into mud, revealing it to be an ordinary earth clone. Suddenly Orochimaru popped out of the ground with his sword in his mouth, ready to stab Naruto through the chest. Naruto easily saw him coming with his Sharingan and used his Kamui to simply let the attack slip through him. Naruto jumped to the side and used his sword to cleave Orochimaru's body in half. To his surprise, the two halves of Orochimaru simply sent snakes to the other end and merged themselves together again as if nothing had ever happened. Fuden. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Orochimaru said and clapped his hands together and created a very strong gust of wind. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to stick to the ground, but the gust was too strong and he had to jump away from it. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said and took advantage of the existing wind to power up his fire attack against Orochimaru. Orochimaru was enveloped in a cloud of fire. Once it dissipated, there was nothing more than an empty shell in his place. Naruto looked around but couldn't feel where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru suddenly popped out behind him from the ground with his fingers glowing. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal, Orochimaru said and slammed his hand into Naruto only to simply phase through him. Once Orochimaru had passed through him, Naruto turned around and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He wants to disable Kurama. Too bad it wouldn't work, Naruto thought as he saw Orochimaru getting up as if nothing had ever happened. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened to inhuman proportions and another Orochimaru came out. Naruto concluded that particular jutsu took a heavy chunk of his chakra away, but, interestingly enough, the snake Sannin wasn't even close to half of his chakra reserves. But then again, Naruto had barely scratched the surface of his. Orochimaru suddenly flashed through hand seals that Naruto immediately recognized, but he was too late to stop it. Kuchio's Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru said, clapping his hands, and a single coffin popped out. The coffin opened and Senju Hashirama came out, still in its sleep state. Can't he fight his own battles? Naruto muttered, sighing as his eyes glowed for a moment. Kuranosu, time god, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched everything roll itself back in time. Hashirama walked back to the coffin and it closed by itself. The coffin then went underground. Naruto's eyes glowed and time started again the moment Orochimaru was thinking of the hand seals. Naruto threw a three-pronged kunai towards Orochimaru, as he was starting the seals sequence, and appeared right next to him. Utama Rasengan, Big Rasengan, Naruto said, and pushed his large chakra ball into Orochimaru. A large blue dome of chakra erupted due to the explosion. Once the dust was gone, Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. However, Naruto had seen Orochimaru mold chakra into a jutsu that he knew all too well. Just as he expected, Orochimaru popped out of the ground just in front of him with a sword in his mouth. Naruto sidestepped his sword thrust and kneed him in the stomach, making him buckle in pain. Naruto flipped Orochimaru and trapped him in a chokehold and used his Kamui to start absorbing him. Slithering snake mode. Orochimaru muttered, and the lower part of his body became flexible and similar to a snake's tail. Orochimaru used his tail to wrap itself around Naruto's arm and broke the chokehold, allowing him to substitute with a nearby log. Once he substituted, Naruto disabled his Kamui and watched Orochimaru slither away to gain some distance. Orochimaru was about to another set of hand seals when he was interrupted, again with the Edo Tensei. Can't you fight for your own battles? Must you depend on one's power? Naruto said at the shocked face of Orochimaru. How did you know I was going to the Edo Tensei? Orochimaru asked curiously. Why should I tell you anything? Naruto stated, smirking as Orochimaru scowled. The boy, let's just say, my eyes are more powerful than you can imagine, Orochimaru-chan, Naruto said, taunting him. My eyes are everything that you always wanted, but you will never get this set, Naruto said, chuckling as Orochimaru plummeted to the ground. Is Sasuke-kun going to take much more to complete the ritual? Orochimaru thought to himself and weighing his options. Mandara no Jin, 10,000 snakes wave, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth. Thousands of snakes suddenly started crawling out of his mouth, forming a gigantic wave towards Naruto. The snake's wall rose into the air, blocking the sun's view and casting a shadow into the battlefield. Does he even have any jutsu not snake related? Naruto said, sighing. Naruto gripped his fan from his back and placed his left hand in the tiger seal. His chakra spiked as his lungs filled with air laced with chakra. Kaden. Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Naruto said, and unleashed a torrent of fire shaped in a dragon's head into the incoming snakes. Once his fire jutsu had started, Naruto swung his fan, creating a very powerful gust of wind that powered up his fire attack. Naruto had unleashed an inferno that washed against the snakes. Almost all the snakes were instantly vaporized, leaving just a few to Naruto to deal with personally. Kuchio's no Jutsu, Orochimaru said as he swiped blood across his tattoo in his arm. A very large brown snake appeared in a cloud of smoke and instantly tried to crush Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid it and then jumped away to gain some distance. Snakes again, Naruto said, shaking his head and preparing his attack to finish the snake before it could cause more confusion. Their battle was beginning to escalate as they already had used some large-scale jutsu. Naruto focused his chakra and his eyes glowed. Suddenly and out of nowhere, chains bursted from the ground. However, these chains weren't the traditional golden that Naruto used to summon. These chains were burning with black flames. Naruto had combined his golden chains with his Amaterasu. Inferno chains, Naruto said as his flaming chains instantly dashed and wrapped themselves around the snake. The snake hissed in pain and tried struggling out of them but couldn't. The chains were too tightly wrapped around it. Orochimaru jumped down from the snake as another chain tried to wrap itself around him. The snake dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto retracted his chains and they started floating above him, aiming to Orochimaru. The chains were just hovering around Naruto as if waiting the order of their master to engage. Naruto smirked and the chains suddenly blurred towards his opponent. Orochimaru ran for his life and tried dodge as best as he could. Naruto's chain attacks were similar to Hashirama's Mokuden as both could freely manipulate each one. The problem was that Naruto's attack was infinitely more deadlier. If you were caught by the trees, no big deal. However, if you were caught by these chains, you would instantly be ignited with Amaterasu flames that can't be put out and it would mean instant death. Orochimaru jumped to the side to dodge a chain. The moment he landed, another chain popped out of the ground and tried to wrap itself around his ankle, but Orochimaru managed to substitute with a nearby log. Suddenly the chain stopped the chase and stopped midway between Naruto and Orochimaru. The chains were acting vertical bars, slightly apart, slipping Naruto from Orochimaru. Fuden. Daitapa, great breakthrough, Naruto said and released gust of wind from his lungs. Orochimaru's eyes widened when Naruto's wind attack connected with the chains and brought upon it a wave of black flames. Naruto's wind attack had carried the black flames, making a gigantic wave of them wash over Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was completely enveloped in black flames, as well as the nearby field. Orochimaru had nowhere to go unless underground, and that is what he did. Orochimaru switched his skin and used his Doden technique to move underground to someplace where the black flames weren't active. This brat is way too dangerous, Orochimaru thought to himself as a small bead of sweat rolled down his face. Orochimaru looked to his right and sighed, happy that he survived the inferno that was still going down there and, by the looks of it, wasn't going to end anytime soon. Naruto was about to light Orochimaru on fire with his black flames when a loud explosion echoed through all of the clearing that Naruto had created with his fan. The barrel where Sasuke was exploded in a cloud of purple smoke. The moment the barrel exploded, everyone stopped their battles and regrouped with their allies. Sasuke jumped out of the barrel and landed in the middle of both factions. Sasuke's second level of the cursed seal turned his skin dark gray with a black 4-point star mark between his eyes and across the bridge of his nose. His sclera turned black, his irises turned yellow and his lips turned blue. He also grew claw-like nails and his hair grew to waist length without losing its style. "And people call me a monster," Naruto muttered out loud, taking in the new shape of Sasuke. He already expected something like this when he saw just what exactly the sound for could become. Naruto shifted his eyes towards Kimimaro, who looked like a rhinoceros ready to stomp on someone. Naruto then looked towards his team to take into account their injuries. Shikamaru was on the ground nursing his ankles as Hinata was already healing him. Both Kiba and Choji were out of breath and we could see the sweat rolling of them. Naruto then turned to Hinata, who looked fine with the exception of a couple of scratches through her clothes and one on her cheek. "Uchiha Sasuke," Naruto said in a strong and commanding voice, "by order of the god I'm Hokage, you are to return to Konoha to face trial for the murder of Haruno Sakura. If your retrieval isn't possible, termination has been allowed," Naruto explained with his Sharingan spinning and his killing intent rolling. Sasuke laughed loud before suddenly stopping and turning to Naruto with a dark look. "She served her purpose," Sasuke said, making his Mangekyo flare to life and trying to intimidate his adversaries. It worked to some extent, as all but Naruto and Hinata were shivering just from looking at those eyes. If Sasuke killed Sakura to achieve those eyes, then they must be something else. "You killed her just to get those eyes?" Kiba yelled to Sasuke. "She was our teammate and you killed her in cold blood," Kiba said. "I already told everyone that I would stop at nothing to get my revenge," Sasuke coldly said. "Now that I have these eyes," Sasuke said, pointing toward his Mangekyo, "I'm going to kill all of you," Sasuke said, laughing as his chakra spiked. A small trail of blood started leaking out from his eye as his chakra flared. "Amaterasu," Sasuke said, and Naruto erupted in black flames. Sasuke laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but he was very surprised when he noticed that the black flames were swirling away into his eyes. "Fuden. Daitapa, great breakthrough," Naruto said and released a gust of wind. At the same he released the black flames from his eyes. A wave of black fire washed over his enemies, who had to jump away to avoid it. "I don't see this ending well," Orochimaru said to his company. "Kabuto, do it," Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto nodded, jumping towards Sasuke. Naruto took advantage of the time they were retreating and started channeling Raiden chakra through his hands. He formed the all too well-known blue chakra sphere and sent into the sky. The sky instantly became darker and darker, The wind started rustling furiously as loud thunders could be heard echoing through the clearing. This isn't good, Orochimaru said to himself as he remembered this attack very well from the reports of the Suna and Sound invasion. He's going to kill us all. Sasuke yelled towards Orochimaru to do something. He had already seen this jutsu and there wasn't much they could do. The only problem Naruto was facing was that, if he launched this jutsu, there probably wouldn't be anything left of Sasuke to take back to Konoha. Like I care. I can just use the Edo Tensei to prove he's dead, Naruto thought to himself, agreeing with his logic. Raiden. Kirin. Naruto said, and the thunders gathered in a single one. Naruto's hand sparkled with lightning as he did a downward movement to command the dragon to attack his target. Before Naruto could finalize the jutsu, a very large bone bursted from the ground very close to their position. Due to Naruto's Sharingan, he could easily track the bone and shifted his body to the side to avoid it. The problem was that, by moving his body from his original position, his Kirin Jutsu rocketed down upon the earth but with the wrong target. The field exploded and sent debris and trees everywhere. Naruto was in contact with everyone in his team and used his Kamui to make everyone intangible. Once the smoke started clearing, what was once a clearing with trees surrounding it, was now nothing more than a crater similar to one just outside of Konoha. The dust cloud had cleared and Naruto refocused on the battlefield. Kabuto was reforming as he seemingly lost almost all of his body from the neck down. Sasuke was on the ground with his clothes ripped apart and his body smoking, and he was back to his original self. His curse seal was deactivated, meaning that he was unconscious. Kimimaro appeared to be externally well, but that thought was gone when he fell to the ground coughing up blood. Naruto looked for Orochimaru until a hand bursted from the ground near Sasuke. Orochimaru crawled out of the hole barely breathing. Damn you! Orochimaru yelled in pain. Naruto just smiled while both Shikamaru and Choji were gapping like a fish at the jutsu Naruto used. You don't look good, Naruto said to Orochimaru to vomited himself out of his old body. Orochimaru stood in front of them completely unharmed, but Naruto could see that his chakra reserves were almost gone. He would have to retreat if he wanted to live, but Naruto wasn't going to allow that. Naruto jumped towards Orochimaru and his company. Suddenly, 4 other Narutos popped of the ground, forming a square around everyone minus Hinata, Choji, Kiba and Shikamaru. Ninpu. Shishenjin, ninja art. 4 flames formation, the clones all yelled and a large purple barrier was set in place trapping everyone inside. You can't escape now, Orochimaru, Naruto said smirking. This is your end, Naruto said as he flashed Sasuke and quickly absorbed him into his dimension. Naruto started leaking out red chakra from his body and that placed Orochimaru on alert. Kabuto. Do you have them? Orochimaru asked and Kabuto nodded, throwing 2 vials to Orochimaru who proceeded to swallow them. Back to Naruto. He suddenly exploded in a shockwave of red chakra. Naruto now had 4 chakra tails connected to his backbone. His whole appearance was like a miniature Kyuubi. Naruto was leaking out chakra and killing intent that would kill an ordinary Chunin with just that. Sawarabi no Mai, dance of the seedling fern, Kimimaro said and used the last of his strengths to launch his attack. Hundreds of bones started bursting through the ground. Rooaarrrr. Naruto let out a mighty roar in his Kyuubi form. The bones were all shattered like simple twigs. Naruto coiled of his tails just above his mouth and red and blue chakra started gathering in the air. What's he doing? Kiba asked, slightly afraid. He never saw Naruto using the Kyuubi's chakra and the feeling he got from it didn't please him. We need to move away, Hinata said. Now, she yelled and everyone jumped away from the barrier. Bijudama, tailed beast bomb, Naruto said and sent the chakra ball towards Orochimaru. Until we meet again, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Damn it. He used the Gyuku Kuchio's no jutsu, reverse summoning technique, Naruto thought as the Biju bomb connected with Kabuto and Kimimaro. Naruto instantly flashed out of the barrier and set up a earth barrier around his team. Boommmmm. A very large explosion occurred in the field. The ground shook like an earthquake. The purple barrier couldn't stand a Bijudama and, as such, was destroyed along with Kabuto and Kimimaro. A large column of fire and smoke rose into the skies, enveloping everything in darkness. When everything had calmed down, Naruto looked towards the battlefield and saw no evidence of either Kabuto, Kimimaro or any of the Sound 4. Naruto and his team had completed the mission with a few extra bonuses. They had retrieved Sasuke, who was now trapped inside Naruto's dimension. They killed 5 Sound Shinobi and they now know that Kabuto was still alive due to Orochimaru's using the Edo Tensei technique. Not a bad day in the end. Sasuke Retrieval Arc. Chapter 35 Revelations and Farewell. Konoha Gates Tsunade, Mebuki and Jiraiya were standing at the gates awaiting the arrival of Naruto's team. Naruto had sent a message that they would be arriving at any time and, as such, Tsunade was by the gates with a couple of Anbus ready to take Uchiha Sasuke into custody pending his trial. They were all blinded by a bright yellow flash. Once they regained their vision, they focused on the 5 shinobi standing in front of them. They looked like they had been through some battle. Only Naruto and Hinata looked like they still had fighting capabilities. The others were sweating, with their clothes thrashed. Shikamaru seemed to be limping a little, but everyone else was rather healthy. Nothing a night's rest of sleep wouldn't cure. Where is the Uchiha? Tsunade asked, confused. From what she understood, the mission was successful with the capture of Sasuke. Here, Naruto said and used his Kamui to drop Sasuke into the ground. Thank you, Naruto-san, Mebuki said, and Naruto simply nodded. Mebuki slowly approached the Uchiha with a smile in her face. This is for my daughter, Mebuki stated and kicked him hard in the balls, making everyone male cringe at the sight. Even Akamaru whined. What the hell happened? Tsunade asked, looking towards the smoking Uchiha lying unconscious on the ground. Don't tell me he gave you all this trouble, Tsunade said, pointing to their clothes and general fatigue. Orochimaru happened, Naruto replied, and Tsunade's eyes widened. She had sent 3 genin up against a Sannin. Thank God no one died. Did you manage to kill him? Jiraiya asked, but Naruto sadly shook his head. He used the reverse summoning jutsu to escape, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed. Orochimaru really was one slippery bastard, but he would meet his end sometime. But we did kill his 4 elite bodyguards as well, another one called Kagaya Kimimaro, the last of the Kagaya clan, Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. Another thing, Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned him to go continue. Orochimaru switched from vessel and can do hand seals again. He used the Edo Tensei to bring Kabuto back. Kabuto was fighting against us and I managed to obliterate him, but that won't stop Orochimaru from doing the jutsu again, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. It doesn't matter at this point. Shikamaru, can you walk? Tsunade asked, and he nodded. Report to the hospital for treatment. Oliver dismissed. Naruto, we have a council meeting to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. She turned to Sasuke, who was being dragged away with an angry Mebuki running after the Anbu. I'll see you at home, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, pecking her cheek, and left to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Council room. Once Naruto and Tsunade had arrived at the council room, everyone was already assembled. Uchiha Sasuke was standing in the middle of the room, bound with chakra-suppressing tags and simple handcuffs. By his side was a single Anbu guarding him. Any aggressive move from Sasuke and the Anbu would end his life before the trial had even begun. The council is in session to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura, Tsunade said, and glared at the Uchiha. What proof do you have of that? Sasuke asked, smirking. He knew very well how to cover his tracks. He left her in nothing more than ashes, and, as such, there wouldn't be any evidence that he was the one that killed her. We have a confession from Sakura herself, Tsunade said. What? Sasuke asked in disbelief. If she is dead, then how come you have a confession? Sasuke yelled. Naru-chan, Tsunade said, and everyone snickered while Naruto just sighed. Here brought her back to find out what happened, Tsunade explained. She looked at the panicking Uchiha with a look that said, I got you now, bitch. Do you have anything to say? Tsunade asked, but Sasuke remained silent. Let's wrap this up and end it once and for all, Tsunade said as she got up from her seat. I call for the execution of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura. Anyone against? Tsunade asked, but was interrupted before she could go on. You can't do that. I'm an Uchiha. You can't afford to lose the Sharingan, Sasuke yelled and smirked, thinking he got them. Tsunade just looked at him with a pathetic look. You seem to be forgetting about Naru-chan, Tsunade simply stated, making Sasuke's eyes widen. He wasn't the last Uchiha anymore, so he was expendable. And it was you that brought this upon you, Tsunade said, and was about to call the vote when she was interrupted by Mebuki. If I may suggest an alternative sentence, Hokage-sama, Mebuki said with a very sick smile that sent shivers Sasuke. Sasuke was considering that maybe death would far better than what was coming. I want his chakra molding capabilities destroyed and that he spends his life in jail. I want him to know that he will never have his revenge on his older brother. I want him to feel the desperation as he slowly withers away into old age, knowing that he would never avenge his family, Mebuki said, smiling, and even Tsunade shivered. That was one cold sentence, even worse than death. Sasuke would be locked up forever knowing that his family would have died in vain and that their killer would walk the earth free. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, Shikaku thought to himself. I don't see why not. Everyone in favor? Tsunade asked, smirking, and everyone raised their hands with the exception of Danzo, but no one gave two craps about him. The sentence will be carried immediately, Tsunade said and motioned to Naruto to destroy his chakra network. In essence, Sasuke would be a civilian when Naruto was done with him. Naruto stood up and walked calmly towards Sasuke with an impassive face. Sasuke just stood and watched his doom walk towards him. Stay away. I'm not going down like this, Sasuke yelled and struggled to get free, but he couldn't mold chakra and the cuffs were too strong for him to break. Not that he would go anywhere if he ever did break them. Naruto arrived near Sasuke, who was shaking from fear. Naruto placed his right hand over his chest and focused his chakra. Kanji started spreading through his whole body until it covered it completely. This is the same seal I used in Orochimaru during the invasion, Naruto explained and turned to Tsunade, who nodded for him to proceed. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said as he placed his right hand in the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said and activated his seal. Sasuke screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Naruto took the liberty of delaying the destruction as much as possible as further punishment for his actions. Around 5 minutes later, Sasuke stopped screaming and simply laid on the ground with labored breaths. If anyone looked at him, you could see his dead look. The look of someone who just had his entire life taken away and was forced to know that he would never get what he wanted. Can you confirm, Hiyashi-san? Tsunade asked. I confirm. His chakra network is destroyed. At this point he won't even be able to make a simple Bunshin clone, Hiyashi stated, and Tsunade nodded. Bore, Tsunade said, and the Anbu kneeled in front of her. Take Sasuke and show him his home for the rest of his life. Make sure it's warm and cozy, Tsunade sarcastically said, and Bore bowed before picking up Sasuke and leaving the room. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade said, and everyone left the room. Konoha's IT department. Temporary holding cell. Prisoner. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke was sitting in his bed in his cell. Sasuke had a blank look on his face and was looking at the wall as if waiting for answers. Foolish little brother. Sasuke heard and turned to look outside of his cell only to find Uchiha Itachi standing there with an amused smile on his face. Itachi. I'll kill you, Sasuke yelled and tried to break the iron bars of his cell. Quiet down before we knock you out, an Anbu said from the corridor. Sasuke looked towards where Itachi was only to find that he was gone. Maybe death would have been a better outcome. Sasuke suddenly heard a noise and looked towards the Anbu, who was knocked out and lying on the ground. We are leaving, Sasuke, a voice said from behind him. Sasuke stumbled into the ground when he saw a figure sitting on his bed. He was wearing a black cloak with red clouds, but the most distinguishing thing was his orange mask with a swirl pattern. The mask had a single hole for his right eye. Who are you? Sasuke asked, slowly backing away as far as he could. That will come at a later time, Tobi said as he absorbed Sasuke into his eyes and proceeded to warp away from Konoha. Senju compound. Late that night. Back at the Senju compound, Naruto and Gaara were packing while Jiraiya was waiting for them. They were about to leave in their 3-year training trip. Even though Naruto assured everyone that he would regularly visit and that would bring Gaara, everyone was still a little sad. Hinata was also sad. Naruto told her that he would visit her every day, but that wasn't enough. They had been living together for years and they spent almost all of the day together, only to at night sleep together, sharing each other's warmth. Don't worry, Hinata. Maybe if you give it all you can join them in their trip, Tsunade said, and Hinata slowly nodded. Naruto walked out of the room with a large scroll on his back. Gaara also had a scroll trapped around his sand gourd. I guess this is it, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, approaching and hugging her. I'll see you tomorrow, princess, Naruto said, and gave her a slow and passionate kiss. They reluctantly broke away when Jiraiya warned them that he wanted to arrive into next town before it was night. Until we see you again, Naruto said, and the three of them dashed away from the Senju compound. I'm going to miss that pervert, Tsunade said, wiping away a small tear. Akatsuki hideout Tobi arrived at his hideout and proceeded to remove Sasuke from his dimension. Sasuke fell to the ground and slowly backed away from the man standing in front of him. Without chakra, Sasuke knew that he was powerless and that pretty much any shinobi could take him on and defeat him. Relax, Sasuke, Tobi said, slowly moving his hands towards his mask. I take care of my family, Tobi said as he removed his mask, only for Sasuke to widen his eyes and promptly faint. Odogakure Deep in Odogakure, Orochimaru and the newly summoned Kabuto were buried deep inside a lab. In the middle of the lab, connected to several pipes and wires, was a large tank filled with a green fluid. Inside the tank was a small ball of something. Judging by the grinning face of Orochimaru, it must be something good. Orochimaru was salivating at the prospect of having the Sharingan bloodline he always craved for. Orochimaru just watched as his new creation was slowly maturing away. During his battle with Naruto, Kabuto had managed to extract a couple of vials of blood from Sasuke. Orochimaru, together with Kabuto, had engineered a perfect replica of Uchiha Sasuke, who was now slowly maturing away inside the tank. How long until the vessel is viable for use? Orochimaru asked to Kabuto, who was running simulations in a nearby computer. I estimate 3 years, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied. Good, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Akatsuki hideout Sasuke had recently been brought back to the land of the living as was staring at the figure in front of him. Kai. Sasuke tried flaring his chakra, but nothing happened for 2 reasons. First, the person in front of him wasn't an illusion, and second, he couldn't manipulate chakra in the first place, so he couldn't break the illusion even if he tried. FFA father? Sasuke slowly asked towards the figure. The person standing in front of Sasuke without the mask had short, black hair that reached to his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes, with visible creases below them. You can't be. You're dead, Sasuke said, shaking. The person in front of him couldn't possibly be, and yet he was. Uchiha Fugaku was standing in front of Sasuke, impassively looking at him. I assure you that I'm very real, Sasuke, Fugaku said in his typical cold and emotionless voice. Why didn't come back to Konoha if you were alive? Why did you leave me all alone in there? Sasuke yelled. He needed answers, and he needed them now. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but neither of those things were possible. I'll explain everything, just listen, Fugaku said, and Sasuke slowly nodded. For starters, Itachi didn't simply kill our clan to test his strengths as he told you. If he ever had to measure against me, he would lose. The reason he decided to kill our clan was because of orders. We are Uchiha's elite. We deserved to control Konoha and rule it, unlike the Senjus. 14 years ago I summoned the Kyuubi, and the Uchiha clan was supposed to take control of the village after the confusion was over, Fugaku said. However, that blasted Namikaze beat me to it. He was able to wound me and seal the Kyuubi into his newborn son, Senju Naruto. A couple of years after the Kyuubi incident, the Sandaime and his advisors became suspicious about the origin of the Kyuubi's attack and decided to investigate. At that time, we were preparing a coup d'état to take control of the village. They decided to plant a spy inside our clan, and who better than Itachi, who was a peace-loving shinobi. Understand so far? Fugaku asked, and Sasuke slowly nodded, taking everything in. Itachi began working as spy for the Sandaime, providing information every time our clan gathered. I knew that our clan would stand no chance if the village was prepared to our attack. We had lost our element of surprise only because Itachi chose Konoha over his own blood, Fugaku said, gritting his teeth. I had to come with a solution to save our clan, and the only choice was to kill them all, Fugaku said. You call saving our clan killing everyone? Sasuke yelled, and Fugaku sighed. Sasuke. Fugaku started. Our clan is alive and well, Fugaku said and Sasuke froze. What do you mean? Sasuke asked confused. This thing was confusing him to hell and nothing was making any sense. Zetsu, Fugaku said and a plant-like shinobi emerged from the ground. This is Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki and my personal servant. Fetch a clone, Fugaku ordered and Zetsu formed a white clone who stood there waiting for orders. Fugaku made a small sign and the Zetsu clone touched Sasuke and immediately took his form. Fugaku proceeded to kill the clone but his shape and appearance remained. These clones are special. They can replicate the DNA structure of anyone they touch and even if they die they remain with it. Not even the more skilled medics can tell the difference. I used these clones and replaced the whole Uchiha clan with fakes. Their Sharingan is also functional to some extent, Fugaku explained. Then that means that Sasuke didn't finish but Fugaku completed the blanks. That everyone is still alive and in hiding. Your mother, uncle, cousins, everyone, Fugaku said and Sasuke smiled before scowling again. Then why did you leave me there all alone? Sasuke asked in a low voice. He was happy that his clan was alive. But what would that make for Itachi? I'm sorry but we had no choice. Itachi decided, in all his mercy, to spare you while he wiped out the clan. While these clones are foolproof, they aren't made for battle. They are very weak and we couldn't risk it letting one in your place. The same way we could never retrieve you from Konoha, it would raise too many suspicion, Fugaku explained and Sasuke slowly nodded. What about Itachi? Sasuke asked. Ah yes, that fool, Fugaku started. Did you know that I learned from Uchiha Madara and that I'm working on a plan designed by him? Fugaku said and Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto's grandfather? Sasuke asked and Fugaku nodded chuckling. Now that was a twist I wasn't expecting. He never said anything about having a son, Fugaku said sighing. During my reign as clan leader I often had a clone take my place in Konoha so I could focus on our plans outside of the village. One time, Itachi contacted me thinking I was Uchiha Madara. He confided in me everything without knowing that he was talking to his own father, Fugaku said laughing. Itachi, the so-called genius, was fooled in the end. You will deal with him when the times comes. I think of no better punishment than making him live with all the guilt and remorse when in fact he never killed anyone. Once I find you strong enough to deal with him, I'll let you kill him. He was a traitor to his own clan. He chose Konoha instead of his own blood and flesh, Fugaku snarled. I can't do anything. I can't manipulate chakra anymore, Sasuke said looking down. No need to worry. I can easily fix that once I inject you with some of Zetsu cells. They will boost your power and fix any wound you may have, Fugaku said and Sasuke smirked. So Sasuke, Fugaku started, will you stand by Konoha or your own blood? Fugaku asked. I stand for our clan. Itachi will pay and the Uchiha will rise.